Hello there. Welcome back. Told you I'd be back. We're gonna play some more Hell is Us. I took the break, and then it's weird. Every time I take a break, I get these like thoughts. I'm like, oh yeah, there's just that thing we need to do, and that thing we need to do, and that thing. It's so crazy. So when we get back into the game, there's things we need to do before we progress progress the story a bit. But yeah. Anywho, hopefully you guys had a nice little break. I watched some videos, laid down for a little bit, kind of stretched out, walked around, had just took a nice little break. Like I said, usually what I try to do is I try to get off earlier, do like a 3 or 4 hour stream, and then take a little longer break, and then do that. But we did a longer stream. I kind of got like lost in the sauce, to be honest. This afternoon, I didn't realize we had been streaming so long. Otherwise, I would have got off a lot earlier. But we were making some good progress. I don't know if we'll beat this tonight. I'm not sure how much we have left, to be honest. If we beat this tonight, then we'll start Chronos tomorrow. If we don't, then obviously we'll continue playing this tomorrow. But we're gonna play this for a little bit more this evening. I will try to get everything renamed and put into a playlist. I wasn't sure if we were going to continue playing this game, but given that we're closing in on what I think is the end of the game, I'll try to get everything named and put on a playlist after the stream today, so that way you guys can easily find everything, because there is one part of this that is in the video section that isn't in the live section, because we just streamed it on Twitch. So it won't be in the same section on YouTube. So I'll try to get everything up on a playlist for that on YouTube, so you can watch through all of this. But yeah, I was also thinking of maybe we do, if we do beat this, maybe we do an afternoon stream of something that isn't Chronos, and we do Chronos in the evenings. So maybe we do something that like a puzzle game or something in the afternoon, just as like a chill like little break, and then do Chronos in the evenings. But this is an idea I was tossing around when I was taking a little break this evening. I was like, maybe something else, because my idea is we would be doing like Hollow Knight and Hell is Us, right? So it was like kind of like two different types of games, right? And the variants would be like kind of like a little break from this. So I was like, maybe we do that, because we still got a little while before Silent Hill F, and I was thinking maybe we could knock out another game alongside Chronos, because I don't think Chronos is going to be super long, and I don't think it's going to take the 2 weeks we have. So if we focus on that after we beat this, I feel like we're still going to have some time left. So we might throw something else in the works there while we work on that. So, but anywho, also something I've been thinking about lately is actually actually been thinking about getting my hair cut. I've been thinking about doing a new style and everything. I'm not sure what exactly I'm gonna go with and stuff. It's been a long time since I've cut my hair. My hair is actually, I don't know if you guys have seen it down. It's actually quite long. But I've had it long for a very long time. I don't think I'll cut it like short, like, anything like ear level. It'll probably be at least like shoulder-ish length. But I don't know. Been thinking about a lot of change lately. Not sure what really sparked the idea, but I don't know. But yeah. So we might throw something else in the mix. I might also look at our lists of like stuff that we might do in October. May pick something to run alongside or after Chronos, or we might run something before Chronos. I don't know. I've got some ideas. We've got some retro games, obviously. We have a lot of retro games to play. Like, we could throw Dark Cloud in there. Since we have so much time, there's a possibility we could actually get through Dark Cloud 1 before Silent Hill F if we focused on that one. So like if we did like Dark Cloud in the morning and Chronos in the evening, like we could actually potentially get through Dark Cloud. So there's that, because I think we're in like the 4 of like the 5 or 6 worlds. So like I don't know. I don't know how many worlds there are, so maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. We're pretty far into that one, I feel. Although it's been a little while since I played Dark Cloud, I might actually get my butt kicked in that game. But anyway, a lot of stuff I've been thinking about. Like I said, when I take these breaks, my mind just all of a sudden explodes into like 15 different directions, and it's like, hey, what about this and that and this and that and this and that? So I get a lot of like brainstormy ideas about like what to do next, what to do when we get back, and all of that stuff. So once I nail down some of these ideas, maybe we'll do something about them. But as for right now, let's focus in on the task at hand, which is Hellas. Although I might actually have to close my Twitch whispers, because I think bots are moving in on Twitch whispers. I got another person whisper me on Twitch for some reason. So it's like, why are you whispering me and not just saying things in chat? Just say things in chat. Like, it's probably because they know they'll get banned, right? Because the thing is in chat, Twitch has a system for like suspicious users or possible bots and stuff like that, but the whisper system doesn't. So I wonder if bots are now using that system to use, because it goes around those systems. You could turn off your whispers to anybody that's like not a mod to you, not someone you follow, or like not someone who edits for you, I think. But I usually leave my whispers open for someone that follows the channel that wants to talk, right? Because I don't have I don't have a Discord, so that's why I leave that open. But okay, before we do this, what I was thinking of off stream is we need to go upgrade our stuff. Can I enter the APC, please? Thank you. We need to go back and upgrade our stuff. We need to go back to Jova. Right. We also have another book. I don't know what this book does.
Excellent. Now I'll be able to make the most potent weapon.
Ah. Okay. We got defensive gear as well. What do we have equipped?
Here.
Grade 3.
Talus would be
Grade 4. Grade 4. Okay. I want to do a set of axes. Get that to grade 5. I'm not sure what the difference in them is. They all look the same. I guess we just go for look. Let's go terror.
here. The Talus would be
Grief.
I've about done much.
Pole arm. We need a pole arm. Grade 5. I think there's an achievement to get one of each to grade 5.
Here.
Yeah, one of each to grade 5 achievement. And we should get an achievement for equipping 2 grade 5 weapons. Yep, there it is. And in 2 grade 4s. Alright, let me see what other achievements we can knock out. Okay. Doesn't look like we got anything else. The rest of them are like research and find all the things. So, okay, that's the thing I wanted to do, was do all the upgrades. Specifically, I wanted to upgrade our defensive stuff. Okay, we don't need that one anymore. Damage of regular attacks. Melee damage. Doubles our melee damage. This just makes us immune for 30 seconds. Oh, but this lasts for... What? What is that? 30 seconds divided by 60. Is that 5 minutes? Okay. Bots. Why did that not clear that? Why is that not clearing that message? Oh, it's not published to chat. Okay. Okay, I was seeing if I could... Okay. Let's go with this one. Alright. Into the APC. Okay. So now we can go down here. I think we'll be able to open this chest. But we're still missing a few mysteries, so fortunately won't be able to 100% this, but we're pretty darn close. Like again, we showed how to complete the good deeds that we missed. We just missed them because of poor design. And then the only mysteries we're missing are the ones that require rods. And the research we're missing, I'm guessing, is just stuff we missed somewhere, exploration-wise. You guys are here. Wait a second. We still have a bunch of rods left. Doorway of the dark forest of the south. Okay, so we might be able to do that one. We might have to go back. Oof, sorry to hear that, Demos. Why? How did you lose it? Was it because of like a emulator thing, or was it because of a cartridge thing? How you doing though? Sorry to hear that. Outside of that sounds really rough. Let's go back and see if we can do the forest. It says underground.
Let me know if you...
What am I?
Can tell you in painstaking detail. 65 million BC. Oh no. Oh, you're gonna tell me about the game. Okay. Yeah, I bet say I don't know anything about the game, so I apologize. Yeah, because it's a Super Nintendo game, yeah. $3, yeah. Sounds about right. It's a Super Nintendo game. That sounds about right, yeah. Ah, here it is. Okay. So we do have what we need for this. But sorry to hear that. But now you know, right? Like, now you know. And now you can be better prepared. Oh, no, it's fine. I don't, you can vent. Doesn't bother me in the slightest. Yeah, 3 hours. No, I get it. I've lost whole days of progress. I completely understand. I completely understand. Oh yeah, that's believe me, when I was going through college, my program director, he taught us SOS. It was an acronym, SOS. And the acronym stands for Save Often, Stupid. And I always was like, man, that's really rough. Why did you say it like that? And I thought about it, and I was like, you know, I understand why it's Save Often, Stupid. Because if you don't save often, you feel real stupid when you lose hours of progress. My degree is in 3D asset creation and game design, right? So when you're working on a project for 3, 4, 6 hours, and you forget to save, you can guess what happens. You can guess what happens. So yeah, I completely understand. Make a lot of backups with stuff I work on. Yep, exactly. But yeah, he taught us the SOS philosophy. So. And grab something, you come back and hop over. Alright. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, I just wanted to do some side stuff. Western Monument. We're still missing the rod for that. Huh. I said to get back to streaming, my heart's not in it? Really? Really? I mean, go get something to eat and come back, because I'd love to talk to you about that. Um... Trying to see if there's anything... We still don't know what these are for. These sticky notes? Five, 3... 5, 3, 7, 9, 6, 1. Is there a code we use that used those? Is that the conspiracy code? Hold on. That might really be the conspiracy code. No, that's not it. 6, 5. Hold on. 7, 7, 3, 1, 5, 9, 6. Okay, so we had the code for the conspiracy. It was on the sticky notes. That's what that was. Okay. What is that? 7? Okay, so let's see. 7? What does that spell? 3? Oh, it's Yankel. It's the president's name. Okay. Yeah, I think it was like the president who got killed or whatever. So that was the conspiracy. That's how we were supposed to get that code. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Hey Void, how you doing today? Alright, so we're gonna go see if we can get these last rods before we go to Act 3, because I want to make sure we, again, try to do as much as possible. Super full. I was gonna ask you how your dinner went. The food may be unlimited, but your stomach space, unfortunately, is not. Or fortunately, depending on who you ask, I guess. Okay. Okay, so the rod near the exit, the other one is near the submerged rally car. I'm guessing we missed the one near the submerged rally car. Brought leftovers for leave. But are they unlimited, though? Are they unlimited leftovers? Last saved 432 in your stream. Frog died at... Yikes. Yeah, that's quite a bit of progress lost. But, it's too sad to do the math on that. That's, 2.5 hours? It's almost exactly 2.5. Demos. But, tell me about, why you don't feel like, coming back to streaming. 3 different pastas, nice. Okay, it says the rod is near this car. And the other one is near the exit. It says... found in a rocky outcropping near submerged rally car. Maybe around here? Don't want to redo 2 hours of going back and getting chests. I mean, you could... One, you could do that off stream, but also, like, you could stream other stuff. Like, no one's requiring you to stream that game. That's why Production gave some not turn-based ones. I mean, you could stream action game, right? Like... Okay. So I'm guessing we got this rod, which means we missed the one near the exit? Might just move on. That's what I would do. Like, honestly, like we did that with Silksong, like recently. I literally was just like, I'm not vibing with Silksong. Very popular game right now. Everyone's enjoying it. I was just like, I'm not clicking with it. It's not working for me. So I moved on. But I don't know, like, I mean, there's someone watching, right? You can never tell who's watching. Demos. You'd be surprised the amount of people that like lurk and watch you. So I wouldn't be too hard on yourself on that. You'd be surprised. You'd be very, very surprised. I do a lot of lurking. A lot of people don't know how many people or how many times I've been lurking in their chat, just watching them, listening to them talk about things. So I do a lot of lurking. It got 4 views. Hey, that means someone's watching, doesn't it? That means it's objectively true that someone was watching. Just saying. That means someone's watching. That's four people watching. Just saying. I think we got the... So this... I think this thing is lying to me. Okay, hold on. I need to check something. I don't feel like finishing the game. Then don't! Move on. Play something else. Again, you're not beholden to finish anything you start. That is one thing I learned the hard way. Western Monument. Yeah. Make your way to the exit gate. Rod is near the exit. First rod. Yeah, I learned that the hard way. I forced myself to... I forced myself to finish a few games, and it was an absolutely abysmal experience. I do not recommend forcing yourself to finish games. That is one of my biggest advice for people starting out streaming, or even people that have been streaming for a while. Do not force yourself to finish games. If you are not vibing with it, or if something happens and you don't want to continue playing it, don't. Just move on to something else. Find something fun. Like, do not force yourself to keep playing something you're not having fun with. It will suck all of the joy out of streaming. Okay, it's saying... Which one do we have? We have X. So it's saying Z is in here. But yeah, I do not recommend it. I forced myself to finish Ghost of Tsushima, and by the time you can go back and watch that playthrough, by the time I got finished with that game, I was so drained. I legitimately felt like taking like a month off. It was not a good time. Is this bugged? Am I just losing my mind? Oh, there it is right there. Nope. There it is right there. Okay. I'm just a dingus. I am the biggest dingus. Munch and crunch. Okay, we'll go back to that in just a second. Alright, we gotta get to the monument that's out there. But, yeah. Yeah, There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things when it comes to streaming, and, like, people tell you, hey, don't do variety. My recommendation is do whatever's fun. But, you know, that sometimes that comes with the territory of also realize that sometimes that's gonna, you know, stymie your growth. Right? Sometimes you will not grow doing variety. So you might go 3 months without seeing a single new follower or a single new subscriber. And you have to be okay with that. Right? You also have to figure out, your approach to, like, what do you want from streaming, right? You know, if you want to make a lot of money, then you have to treat it like a business, which means that you might have to do a lot of things that are very unfun. And unfortunately, that's just the truth of it, right? Like, sometimes you have to do unfun things to make a lot of money. So, you have to keep that in mind as well. Alright, so that door is open. But if you want to do it for fun, then do it for fun. Which might mean, you know, abandoning games. Okay, archaeology camp. What do I need for that? What's the... This is rage. I need, like, rage something else. I have Rage X. Okay, I have that one. This doesn't tell me which ones are which. That uses letters. That one's stupid looking. Bad game also. Which one's a bad game? The one you were playing or this one? You prefer retro games to modern games? I don't know. I'm kind of half and half. I do prefer retro games most of the time, but there are a lot of good modern games. I think Signalis is an absolute masterclass of survival horror. I think Alan Wake 2 is probably one of the best, not the best, but one of the best written horror games of all time. What's another game that's come out recently? Let me look at my Steam real quick. There's a lot of Blasphemous 1 and 2, absolutely my favorite Metroidvanias. Liza P, I like more than most of the Souls games. That's a newer game. Let's see. Obviously, the Shadowrun trilogy I like more than the OG Shadowrun on Genesis and Super Nintendo one we haven't really played, so I can't really say that, but definitely better than the Shadowrun. Let's see. Let me look at some other newer games that we've played. I really like Shadows of Doubt. It's a really good gumshoe, like open world gumshoe game. There's no like real equivalent to that in retro. Let's see. I think the modern wrestling games are solid, even though the retro wrestling games are also solid. Some of them, not all of them. They both have issues. Let's see. I think Elden Ring is probably the most accessible Souls-like, or well, Souls game technically. Let's see. What'd you say? But if there's one thing I can give newer games, is it got rid of sending you back to the title screen. I mean, there's some newer games that do send you back to the title screen still. Should have been. I want games to respect your time. Some games don't do that. Some all roguelikes basically are meant to send you back to the beginning. That's how they're built. Seen Hollow Knight footage, don't really vibe with seeing it either. I mean, it's not for everybody. Metroidvanias are not for I mean, any genre. Any genre is not going to be for everybody. That's literally why we have genres. I don't judge games before I play them. I recommend playing games. Kingdom Hearts 1 taught you that? I haven't played the Kingdom Hearts game. We will be playing that at some point. A game that, by the way, don't put it back on the title screen. Yeah, I mean, let's stream Kingdom Hearts 1 thing in. Well, those games shouldn't. Wonder why I can't get into roguelikes. I mean, yes, again, not every genre is going to be for everybody. So, alright, to get the run rate, you have to go all the way to the bottom of the cave of the dig site, past the time loop. You'll take another path that leads back to the surface. Okay, so we missed the rod. You like Kingdom Hearts a lot. If I couldn't tell, I couldn't tell. I don't know anything. I will be completely honest. I do not know a whole lot about Kingdom Hearts. I do not. Kingdom Hearts is one of the series we will be playing through eventually. I do not know that much about Kingdom Hearts. Okay, so we need to go. Where is this one? Oh, okay. I see. There is something that denotes whether the threats are gone. If you look, it says threats clear. This says threats 1 and 2. Threats 2. Threats 1. Threats 1 and 3. Threats clear. Interesting. So it does tell you when you've cleared all the threats. That's good to know. So we'll have to see if we can clear all the threats then. All right, so let's go to Jelgen. But yeah, I don't know a whole lot. I don't know a whole lot about a lot of series, I'll be honest. Like, there's a lot of game series that we have not played through. I have only beaten Final Fantasy 8 and 15, so I don't know a lot about the Final Fantasy series. I've played Mega Man 10, well, X, Mega Man X, and like one other one. Right? Like, I know a lot about the series that I have played, but nothing about the series that I haven't, right? And I will hold no illusion past that, right? Like, I'm not gonna act like I'm some like god gamer that knows everything about everything. I've seen games played, like thinking Mega Man X is 10. Well, I mean, 10 is... there's an actual Mega Man 10. Yes, I know. There's a Mega Man 11 as well. X is Roman numeral 10, so I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one to make that mistake. But, oh, we need to go down again. Assuming X was a Roman numeral. Yes, it's the character's name. I know. Again, I do know things. I might not know everything, but I do know things. I know X is the character. I also know Zero is a character. I also know the ZX series exists, and I know why it's called ZX. Oh, that's not good. Okay, it says, first limbic rod, you have to go all the way to the end of the cave system in the dig site. Past the time, if you see another path that leads back to the site, it takes you to the crypts near the plaza. Okay, well, we've been there. Did I miss it? We know, we've opened this path before. Is the rod just hidden here and I just missed it? I missed the other one, so it wouldn't surprise me. But don't start with me, Demos, because I'll start testing your knowledge and you won't like it. So I guarantee you, I got some obscure stuff that you probably don't have the knowledge on. And sure, you could probably rush to Google it, but when I give you 3 seconds to tell me the name of a character from some obscure retro horror game, like... Okay. Is it in one of these alcoves? Take you up on that challenge? Okay. What is the name of the main character from the PS1 game? And you'll get 5 seconds to answer this, so you don't get a chance to Google it. What is the main character from the PS1 game Overblood? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. His name's Rex. Used to know that. Sure. Sure you did, That's what they all say. Don't remember not in 5 seconds. Sure. See, that's what they say when they're not humble. Horror games aren't my specialty. Of course. Of course. Come on, keep giving me the excuses. Let me hear them. Roll some more out there. Okay, it says there's supposed to be all the very end of the cave system in the big site. Past the time loop, you'll see another path that leads back to the surface. Do like the banter though. I appreciate it, but that's like literally that's exactly why I say I don't know everything, is because there are so many games. By the way, if anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, the game I'm talking about is rather obscure and no one really talks about it. It's that game right there. This is actually green, but I have a green screen, so it's see-through. The guy I'm talking about is this guy right here. His name is Rex. Trying to see if it says it on the back. Let me open the manual. I got the game? Of course I got the game! What? Let's see. See if I can... basics. the main guy has amnesia. Yes, he does have amnesia. Yes, he does not know. He's in cryogenic sleep. He wakes up and he does not know. Yeah. But, yeah. Gotta be careful with the manual, though. The manual is a little messed up, but unfortunately, that's what happens with paper over time. But I get this back in the case. He looks so cool. Yeah, he looks like Barry. In the game, you actually get the, like, puffer jacket. Might do this a different way. You actually get the puffer jacket because the area that you first wake up in is cold because it's cryogenic sleep. And it looks like Barry's puffer jacket. He actually looks like Barry from Resident Evil. So. Sorry, I have to put the manual in a different way. I have to slide it in, like, page first. Because the way that the backside of the manual... Hey, Leave, how you doing today? Or how you doing this evening? The back end of the manual is a little rough, so... But there you go. Yep, Overblood. There you go. PS1. Yeah, I call him Diet Berry Rex. Although I think he later finds out his name might really be Raz, but the first name he finds out is Rex. But I call him Diet Berry Rex because he gets the puffer jacket that looks like Barry. Okay, where's this godforsaken rod? Yeah, Raz. Yeah. But yeah, he has amnesia when he wakes up from cryogenesis. That one rings a bell. Yeah. That's what he finds out later. I also think there's another companion you get, which I think is the lady on the back. But it is a 3D sci-fi adventure is how it's sold. Because some of the games on PlayStation had to sell that they were 3D games. Because some of the games on the PlayStation were still 2D games. But that's what's funny is you could have said Raz or Rex and I would have given you either one. Okay. I need to find this. Okay. Where is this rod? I know how limbic rods work. Found at the end of the underground tunnels near the time loop. I don't see no rod near here. Fair bit of people thinking 2D was outdated. Well, the thing is when the PlayStation and N64, you know, when those were coming, like, competing, there was a lot of, like, push for 3D, right? So people were so used to, like, 2D that they were like, okay, we're used to that. So when they were pushing 3D graphics, like, it was the big thing. and everything had to use that as a selling point, as a marketing trick, right? But it was funny because, like, if you look back, there's actually a lot of 2D games that still, like, won over the market even in the 3D era. Perfect example being, like, Symphony of the Night on PlayStation 1. That game is mostly 2D. It does have 3D graphics and, like, the loading and the sarcophagus, that does your saving, is a 3D object and stuff like that. There is 3D stuff in it, but not most of the game is a 2D sprite, right? Or 2D sprites, multiple sprites. And that's one of the most popular PlayStation 1 games. Speaking of which, I have that over there too. But like 3D was a big selling point in that era of gaming. I hate that all of these things say that, like, this rod is in this area, but doesn't tell me where. Which one do I have? I have Limbic Garage Rod X. And this says the Rod V is in a white van near the entrance of the building. Is that the one I need? I wish I knew which ones I need. Okay. Let's go... Let's go see if this is the one I need. But there was a lot of push for 3D, even though, like, because the thing is everybody in gaming, like, there was always this push for, like, better graphics, because the assumption was if the graphics were better, the game was better, right? And because the assumption was that if they were going to push the graphics, they were going to push the gameplay. And in some cases, that was true. In a lot of cases, it wasn't. So there was a lot of games that pushed 3D, but the games were not great. You could see that with, like, Bubsy 3D, right? That game is basically an unfinished game. Okay, we need to go to Cultural Primacy. Bubsy 3D basically looks like a tech demo, and it runs awful. Like, it's just god-awful. Okay, it says near here there is... Okay, it's right here. We definitely did not grab this. Yeah, I would say we definitely didn't grab this. I don't remember grabbing this. Okay, well, there's the one we needed. Never big into graphics, always the gameplay first. Yeah, that's a thing for me too. It's like I will always admire graphics done well. Like I will never say, like, graphics never matter, but I am always I would rather a game be fun than look good. Right. Now if graphics are done well and the game is fun, great. Fantastic. I'm on board. But, like, I will always prefer a game be fun to play than it look the best in the world. but I will still admire if something's done, like, if something looks good. Like, perfect example is, like, Claire Obscure. Claire Obscure is a very, very beautiful game. It's also a very good game. But yeah. So... Alright, so we got the rod, which means we could finish this out. So yeah, that was the one we were missing. I think that gets all the mysteries. So we actually did get to complete all the mysteries. Boop and boop. Prism Theta. I think that's all the mysteries. Let me double check. I mean, achievement might pop before we do that. Okay, those are all done. 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 Yeah. It looks like that's all the mysteries. So... Nope, there's the achievement. Resolve all mysteries. Yep. So, again, what we missed exploration-wise, good deeds. We did not do this because they decided they wanted us to feed a baby raw milk from a cow, which, by the way, would be most likely the quickest way to kill that child in reality. But video games, we didn't do this one because... the person we were supposed to save, we had to kill somebody that we were forced to kill in order to save someone, in order to give them the item, I think. I could double check on this to make sure, but we can't get all good deeds anyways because... Anyways. So that's done. Now, in order to get the achievement for this, ironically... we have to go back to all of the areas and get them cleared. So if we look at the map, whenever there's an area, at the top the map will say cleared if there's no more enemies. So we do have something that will tell us if an area is cleared. Games like Secret Mana still look vibrant. Oh yeah, no, like I love Link to the Past. Like, Link to the Past, I think the graphics of Link to the Past still absolutely hold up, even in today's world. I love a Link to the Past style, and I think it's absolutely amazing. And that's a Super Nintendo game. I feel like Secrets of Mana is very much the same way. So I'll show you what I'm talking about by the cleared. Also, I think there's a secret door we need to do in Marastan anyways. So, like, Marastan says threats right there, whereas if we go over Jelgen, it says clear. So, there's a secret door we need to do in Marastan anyways, so we need to... We're gonna go do this real quick. Whenever you do a certain amount of research, you get a secret door. So, we're gonna go... do that. What I'm talking about is, if you go to the research tab, there's a door that every after you just do a certain amount of research, you get a code for a door, and then they're vaults of forbidden knowledge is what they're called, and then you put that in, and then it opens that up. So. Oh, there's an item over there. Nice. We did close the thing here, though, right? This is Marastan. We did. Okay. Careful, careful. I do not remember where the vault is here. I think it's up in the head of the Screaming Queen, but I will double check that. When we get over there, I want to check in here real quick to make sure there was nothing we missed. Okay. But yeah, it's always interesting because, like, we play a lot of retro games, but we also, you know, occasionally play modern games, and there's always like a back and forth with like which are better, and I think it's always to the point of like everything has something that it brings to the table. I think where modern games tend to shine is just the, like, one thing that modern games does have is accessibility, right? There's a lot of older games that don't have accessibility options, right? They don't have the ability to, like, rebind controls. They don't have, like, a controller inversion. Not all of them. Some of them do. But like older games, some older games have, like, they don't have the ability to turn off head bob, or they have, like, a lot of flashing lights. Right, so there's a lot of accessibility options that older games don't have, which means that people can't play them, right, or safely play them. So that's something that, like, always take into account when you're having that discussion. But you know where I stand. Don't need to keep convincing other people about your opinions. I mean, it's fine to have the opinion, right? Like that's fine. Opinions are for you to have. You don't have to convince people one way or the other, right? Like, keep their, I mean, I don't think I don't think people liking modern games or liking retro games makes their opinion worse or better than anyone else's opinion. You've already given modern games 2 concessions this stream. Well, I mean, again, you have, like I'm stating right now, there are things that retro games don't do that make them inaccessible to players, right? Like I said, like accessibility options. There are some games that are legitimately unplayable by some people because of medical conditions, right? That modern games are playable because they give options, like the ability to rebind buttons to controllers, right? There's some games that you can't do that with retro games, because some retro games are not available on modern hardware. The ones that are do usually have some sort of access. Like you can see it with the Switch. The Switch emulators do have the ability to rebind controls, which is great. Which is why we talk about game preservation and why it's important. But for some retro games, the ones that are not accessible through emulators and stuff like that, you can't rebind. So those are not accessible to every gamer. Now, of course, then you get into the legality of like, oh, well, technically emulators exist, so everything's accessible. And it's like, well, legally you're not supposed to emulate unless you have a copy of the game, and, you know, then you get into, you know, copyright law and all of that stuff, which is always fun to have a discussion on. Okay, where? I'm trying to get over there. There's something on a backpack over there. I think it's further down the road. Yeah, it's further down the road. Okay. There's certain retro games that don't have like control inversion, so there's some people that it's very hard for them to play games that don't allow them to invert aiming, or is another example. But yeah, so and we are a channel that talks constantly about accessibility. So, you know, it would be disingenuous of me to not talk about accessibility.
Those absolute fucking animals. The girls will be safe here. I've got plenty of food.
Oh, they did save the girls. They did save the girls.
I've never been so happy. It will take some time for us to recover.
I thought we were going. No one should have.
Okay. Terrible, keep your secret there. Yeah, I mean that's most people's stance on that particular discussion, in all honesty. But so again, there's a lot of nuance. There's a lot of nuance when it comes to discussions, right? Like it's not like a cut and dry, this is the right opinion to have on anything, right? When it comes to gaming. When it comes to gaming, I'm going to be very clear on that. When it comes to gaming, there are certain discussions where there definitely is a hold on a second. Well, you might need to think about this a little bit clearer. But when in gaming, you know, there's a lot of nuance, and I always on the side of accommodating as many people as possible, which is why we always try to accommodate for accessibility. But I know people that, you know, too much lighting, too much flashing lighting can cause them to have seizures. I know people who have dyslexia. I know people who get motion sickness with head bob. I know people who have problems getting through games without inversion, like aiming inversion. It's not that they can't. It's just it's very hard for them, and sometimes it makes the playing of the game so unfun that they just don't finish it. Like the things I'm talking about are not just abstract ideas for me personally. It's people that I have talked to that legitimately cannot play games without these features. So I'm not just talking for the sake of being contrarian here. This is the person I think is stopping us from finishing this thing, but I do not know how to get in here. How do I get in here? It looks like I'm supposed to get there, but I don't know how I get there. At liberty to even pretend I know what it's like to have. Yeah, I mean that's fair, right? That's fair. You not knowing what it's like to have those conditions is fine. Like honestly, like for me, one of the conditions that I have, and I talk about it a lot in settings, is it here? I think it's under language. Is subtitles, and where's the thing at? There's another. Under accessibility. Oh yeah, motion blur is another thing that we talk about. Motion blur can make people have color, or not, motion sickness. This can cause motion sickness. Obviously, there's color blind things. There's a thing that some games have recently where it will actually tell you like when something like shakes nearby, right? I'm hard of hearing, is what I was. I have hearing loss in my left ear, so like I a lot of times need subtitles, especially when there's some sort of whispering or something going on, because I legitimately just cannot hear it. Here's the thing. Okay, what's the code? Okay, I sideways I S upside down door. I sideways I S upside down door. Motion blur is in a lot of games. It's overdone and it's turn it off sometimes. Yeah, see, but it's simple things like that, right? Like, even if it's just, like, makes the experience better, the older games don't have those settings, right? So there's things like that that's just like, yeah, sure, like, we can get through those, but for some people, they can't. And that's why, like, sometimes the discussion has to be like, well, those are going to be important so that more people can play the games, right? Because we want more people having fun with video games, right? That is just something we want, in my opinion, right? Like, we want more people having fun with video games, right? Maybe that's a radical take. Maybe that's my hot take. I want more people playing video games, God forbid. Hottest take on the planet right here. Okay, see, we need to get here somehow. I'm not sure how. So maybe we go here to here? Okay, this seems to be working. Okay. Another one of those. Sorry to be open-minded. I don't play a lot of horror games. That's a frequent employer's hostile design. What do you? Okay, what do you mean by hostile design? I'm very curious. Now, this is an interesting conversation to me. What do you classify as hostile design? Because horror is a very big genre, and it's a fancy where I don't like having to deal with that. Stuff like tank controls. I mean, tank controls are called tank controls because that's literally how you controlled tanks in video games. Like, survival horror did not come up with that concept. Tank games came up with that concept. They're called tank controls because that's how you control tanks. I'm not kidding. That's why they're called that. Because the difference is tanks, they rotate in place and then they move forward, right? That in video games, that's how tanks worked. If you played the old arcade like tank games. I'm not kidding. That's where the concept came. Anyways, the title screen thing you mentioned earlier. Outright horror games. Well, it's interesting, right? Because again, there's. You understand what a tank? Well, I'm just saying, like, that's not a horror genre thing. That there are other games that use tank controls. I expect a tank to have tank controls. Imagine a tank game not having tank controls. That would be hilarious, right? Has flight controls, just pitch and yaw, and your tank's just doing this, just bouncing around. Okay. Alright, so I wonder if that was the last enemy. Let's go check Marastan a little bit, but my thing is there's a lot of like, again, there's a lot of different horror out there. We definitely could just fly instead of hover. I mean, hover tanks do exist. Hover tanks are also tanks, but they probably do not have tank controls. Because the thing is like, I don't know. Because you got to think, like, there's games, horror games that range everywhere from like Five Nights at Freddy's to horror games like in the genre of, you know, like you're saying with survival horror. So it's like Signalis, but those are like two drastically different types of games, right? The most effective with skill is at the forefront, and my time feels respected. Well, see, that's the thing, right? What type of skills are you looking to express? Because a lot of survival horror has puzzles in them, and that is a type of skill, right? That thinking is a skill, right? Like puzzle management, puzzle solving is a skill. In fact, a lot of like for example, a lot of Silent Hill games do have puzzle difficulty, where you can actually increase the puzzle difficulty.
May you stand?
Which, by the way, make some of those. Those either make me feel really smart or really stupid. But that's a skill, is it not? It's a test of knowledge, which is a test of skill. Because, I mean, there's a whole genre of puzzle games. And I would say puzzle games do require skill. So I'm not trying to say horrors or skill. I know. I'm just trying to say, like, where do you define skill investment, right? Like, where is that for you? Because if for you, like, puzzles don't count as skill investment, then yeah, I can understand why survival horror would not be something you'd be interested in, right? Because again, a lot of this is subjective. A lot of how we engage with games, which is an art form, is subjective. So I'm trying to figure out you in specific. This is not a right or wrong kind of thing. I'm not trying to like put you on the spot and be like, haha, you're incorrect and here's 5 reasons why. I'm not trying to like ruin your day or anything. I'm just trying to figure out where does Demos draw the line on what is skill expression. So that way I could be like, oh, okay. Well, have you tried this horror game, which you might actually like because it has your version of skill expression, right? I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to help you find the fun. Think of it like no damaging a boss or being able to get to the end of an NES platform or shoot 'em up. Okay, so more of a like an agility or performance-based skill expression. Trying to think if there's a good horror game that would fit into that category. Because like a lot of the Souls games or Souls-likes, I would argue, are kind of horror adjacent because they do have some like horrific themes in there. For things like doing well in a RPG that's strategy based. Have you played? I wouldn't say it's like a super difficult game, but have you played Koudelka? Oh, never mind. I'm reading that wrong. You see that as strategy instead, not skill expression. Never mind. I thought you were saying that you saw that as. Never mind. I was gonna say Koudelka is actually a survival horror with JRPG mechanics. Yeah. So never mind. Disregard that. Koudelka is a survival horror game with JRPG combat. So that doesn't fit your demographic. Trying to think if there's a good skill expression horror game. Like this game, I would not argue that. This is just an action game. Said I don't judge games before I play them. It's cool, but no. Oh yeah, no, yeah. It's a JRPG combat with a survival horror aspects. I don't know if it'd be your vibe. I love Kodelka. I don't play a lot of JRPGs, but I absolutely love Kodelka. The Souls games you need to try. Yeah, if you like skill expression, Souls games, and if you not play the Souls games, they are all about like if you like no damaging bosses kind of stuff, they will put you through the ringer on that kind of stuff. They are all about skill expression. They're all kind of, none of them are like meant to scare you, but they all have like some like once you get into the lore, you learn. They have some like sad and horrific tales, but they're not like, none of them have like direct horror ties, I would say. I mean, they're called Dark Souls. Like you can tell that they're meant to be dark fantasy, which dark fantasy is supposed to be inherently horror, or at least horrific, which is of course hard to explain to some people because people don't understand that, but that's a different conversation for a different time. If I can't avoid damage, it's not turn-based. I generally lose a lot of respect for the game. Also, horror have instances of unavoidable damage. Oh, you can no damage a lot of horror games. Yeah, people have actually been doing a lot of no damage of the like remakes of Resident Evil. There's been speedrunners have been doing. One guy just did a no damage. I think it was a couple of GDQs ago. Just did a no damage run of Resident Evil 2 remake. You can learn the behaviors of how to like bait zombies in specific ways. But yeah, there's no damage runs of a lot of the Silent Hills. There's actually doing hard mode plank only runs, which is where you just use the board. In Silent Hill, like there's all sorts of like crazy stuff you can do with the survival horror games, that make them a lot more skill based. Oh yeah. Since RE4, they're action. Yeah, they're action horror. They're absolutely action horror. That's what I call them. And it seems like the more the new like younger generation has been talking about them, the more that they've also latched onto the idea of action horror, which I'm glad, because that's exactly what they are. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the APC and see if this area counted as cleared now that we've done that, killed those mobs. This area should be clear now. Marastan is clear. Jelgin's clear. Plains of Mist clear. Leith, both of those are clear. Talju's clear. Museum is clear. Sindus Forest is not. The Hills is not. That is not. The Marshes is not. Okay. So we need to go to the forest. We'll save the lake for last because we have to do the lake for the keys. So let's do the forest. But thanks again for what? I don't have someone pick my brain like this one. Oh no, it's no problem. I love making conversation. That's the thing. Like, I try to get this across to people. Like, I'm autistic, and like I don't have conversations for like ulterior motives. Like I don't do things out of like cruelty or disrespect or whatever. I legitimately just want to know about people. And I always try to approach it with like kindness and decorum. Like I legitimately want like I said, I want people to play video games, and if I can help them like connect with like their new favorite video game, I absolutely want to do that. Right? I tell my friends that all the time. I'm like, if you're looking for like something new, I want to see if I can help you find that something new. So that's why I try out so many different genres of things. like games are supposed to be fun, right? We're supposed to have fun. We're supposed to find joy in this. This is you know, this is our favorite hobby in theory. So, you know, sharing those experiences and like connecting with games and talking about them, that's the fun of this hobby, like other than playing them, obviously. That's part of the reason why I'm on Twitch, right? Is so that we can share Twitch and YouTube. Hello, YouTube. I swear to God, if one more bot whispers me. Okay. There's one more bot whispering me, I'm gonna have to shut off my Twitch whispers. I've gotten 3 like batches of people whispering me. Like, and they're all bots. Like, I had Twitch whispers open so that people could whisper me that way, but anyways, like I like sharing this hobby with people because there's so many cool games out there. Like I said, it took me years, like decades, to even find out about Koudelka, and I love Koudelka. Oh, hi. You know, it took me years to play Haunting Ground. It took me years to play Kuon. You know, and when we finally play those games, I really enjoy those games. I don't think they're worth the hundreds of dollars that they cost now, but I do think that they're pretty solid games for the most part. Rule of Rose and the like, but there's also a lot of other great games and other great genres. Those games are interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, Kuon has a really cool concept of, like, playing through the game a few times from different perspectives and then doing, you know, having a like an ultimate boss fight that finishes out the story, you know. It's interesting. Again, it's not worth the anywhere from $1,200 to $1,800 that it's worth, which is not how much I paid for it, by the way. Absolutely not. I do not have... I barely have a disposable income. That is not how much I paid for it. Ugh. But... Jesus, I wish I had that much money to throw around. But, yeah, there's so many great games out there. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's also some pretty terrible games out there. But, you know. We love talking about this stuff. And like I said, I'm pretty humble about it. Like, there's tons of games that I've never interacted with. There's tons of fan favorites I've never interacted with. You know, we just now, this year, did our first playthrough of the Resident Evil series. Up to this year, I had only played like an hour of OG Resident Evil 4. That's it. Like, legitimately, that was it. Now we have played through 1 through 8 and 2, 3, and 4 remake. And this October we will be playing through, doing our first playthrough of the GameCube version of Code Veronica X, right? So, like, in 1 year, we've done something that I haven't done in my entire life, right? Like, so, you know, it's one of those things that's another reason why I stream, is so I can share these experiences with you guys and we can talk about them and, you know, and people can enjoy seeing how I experience these things for their first time and what I think about them. And again, my thoughts are not the be all end all. If you love these games, and hey, Sir Giant, how you doing today? Let me get you a shout out, by the way. If you're not following Sir Giant is another member of the Crypt stream team. Currently playing through Unpossessed. How you liking that game? You know, I there's a lot of favorites I haven't played through. In my opinion, it's not the be all end all when it comes to things. And you know, if you love these games and I don't, keep loving them. You know, keep playing them. Do what brings you joy. I say it all the time. Life's too short not to enjoy what you enjoy. Hey, In Space. Oh, we're getting all the friends tonight. You're also not following In Space, another member of the Crypt stream team. Are you also playing Unpossessed? Nice. Spooky, goosebumps, gibberish, and screams. That sounds like a rather silly time. Also playing Unpossessed. Yeah, you guys have to tell me about that. I'll play together tonight. Nice, nice. Once upon a time, you felt bad for staying in your comfort zone. Now you own it. I mean, that's fine, right? Like, there's people that, like, I was talking about it, I think, either yesterday or the day before, where it's like, there's some people that literally, they play, like, one game a year, or a few games a year. And that's it, right? And a lot of times, it's the same game. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? If that's what makes you happy, do it. If you want to play Fortnite every day for 5 years, play Fortnite every day for 5 years. If you want to play, you know, Super Mario 64 every day for 5 years, do it. Whatever makes you happy, right? Like, as long as you're not hurting yourself or someone else, do what makes you happy. Like, stream what you want to stream, play what you want to play. Just enjoy life, right? Like, it's far too short to worry about everything else. I'm the kind of person who can do speedruns of one game for the rest of their life. Needs some variety. Yeah, no, I get that. And I need a lot of variety, I'll be honest. I need a lot of variety. I can't even play a game more than once in some cases. Like, I'll get through a game and I'm like, I'm never playing that ever again. Not because it's bad, it's just I can't play it ever again. But like, I don't know, man. It's just, I think people just get so wrapped up, one, in what other people are doing, which is something you shouldn't do. Just focus on yourself. Focus on yourself. Don't worry about what other people are doing. Don't worry about other people's views. Don't worry about other people's followings. Don't worry about other people's videos. Hell, if even people are talking about you, don't worry about what they're saying. Right? That's their business. Just worry about you. Worry about doing what you want to do, how you want to do it. Keep moving forward. That's all you got to do. And I promise you, with time and efforts and consistency and fun, you will just be able to keep doing it. Like, alright, I'm gonna double check this area. I'm sure we probably missed an enemy here or there, so I'm gonna go through this. But I've seen so many people, like, get into streaming and then fall out of it because they're like, man, I thought I would have higher numbers now, or I thought this stream would do well, or, you know, this or that. And it's like, don't worry about that. You know, the question you should ask at the end of the stream is, did I have fun? Right? If the answer to that question is no, then you need to figure out what you want to do for the next stream, right? What is going to make the answer to that next stream? Yes. And if it is playing Mario Kart with a blindfold on, play Mario Kart with a blindfold on. Who cares? Right? Can we go up this way? I don't think we went this way. Ah, see, we did miss an enemy here. Let me tell you, this is not the first time. I mean, yeah. I'll be honest. I've run into that. I'm not gonna say I've not. I've absolutely had multiple times. I mean, I mentioned it earlier. I used to force myself to finish games. I've done it, I want to say at least 3 times on stream. I forced myself to finish games that I was not enjoying. And after I got done forcing myself to finish those games, I sat back and went like, man, should I keep doing this streaming thing? I don't know if I want to keep doing this streaming thing. But the thing that kept me coming back was, I know why I do this streaming thing. 1, because I have fun doing it. 2, because I know that even if no one shows up, someone might stop by and their day might just get a little bit better. Just a little bit, right? And that, to me, that is my measurement for a good stream. Is if someone stops by and their day just gets a little bit better, that's it. That's success for me. That's all I need to know. Right? And I'm good. I'm gold. Right? And I know that might sound silly or simplistic, but that's really all I need. You're enjoying Chrono Trigger until you lost an Outsiders the whole game. You know, like, I've had that problem before, DMOS, but what I usually do is I put it aside, right? I go, okay, this game, this game just isn't it right now. Put it to the side, come back to it in like a month, right? Put it on the back burner, come back to it in like a month. I've done that before. I'll put you honest. When I first was playing the Souls games off stream, long before I started streaming, Demon Souls, I hated Demon Souls. Legitimately, like, I was like, this is the worst game I've ever played. I will never come back and play Demon Souls. Legitimately. And then a year later, I came back and played Demon Souls again. This is long before I started streaming. I played it. Demon Souls is probably one of my favorite Souls games. Like, legitimately. And it's because I took a year off and then came at it with a different... Oh, I'm gonna die. I fell down a hole. And came at it with a different perspective, or just a clearer mind, right? And sometimes that's just what you need. Sometimes you just need a reset from it, just to, like, you know, wipe off the vibes, the bad vibes that come with some of those things, right? And sometimes that's what you need. Now, sometimes you come back to it and you're like, you know, still not feeling it, and then in that case, just you know, put it away. Just, it's not going to be for you. Probably you can move on to the next. But I just recommend taking breaks from stuff like that. Right, but again, you just gotta find the fun. You just gotta find the fun, and you can go back to a game and end up having more respect and joy. Oh yeah, I did the same thing with Sekiro. We actually have streams, 2 separate stream throughs of Sekiro. You can go to our YouTube and see it. I get to the end of Sekiro, and I hated it. I forced myself to get to the end of Sekiro, our first playthrough of Sekiro. And I legitimately, like, on stream, basically the same thing that happened with Demon Souls. I hated it. Came back years later, right, with Sekiro, with a better understanding, and I love it. I actually think Sekiro is one of the best games for skill expression. Once you understand how Sekiro expects you to play it, it is one of the best skill expression games on the market, period. Like, it makes you feel like you are legitimately, like, the best learner on the planet. Once you figure it out. But if you do not figure that game out, boy howdy is it one of the most infuriating games on the planet. So but yeah, but basically 99% of the videos at a game before FromSoft made Demon Souls. I mean, I have a lot of games. I've got the whole Kingsfield series right over there. I also have Shadow Tower. I don't have Shadow Tower Abyss because they never released it in in North America. But oh, turn a ring. Them rookie numbers. I got another one for you. There's Evergrace. That's another one right there. That is actually a 2-character story game, also done by FromSoft. You can see it right there. It's kind of hard to see. Let me see if I can get the camera to zoom in on it. There you go. From Software. Yep. Forever Kingdom, nice. But yeah, the Kingsfield series is actually what inspired the Souls series. Most of the Souls people that play the Souls games have not played Kingsfield. The Moonlight Greatsword is actually comes from the Kingsfield game. It's the weapon you get at the end of Kingsfield. Technically, it's Kingsfield 2, because Kingsfield 1 never came to North America. The Japanese Kingsfield 1, but the North American Kingsfield 1 has it at the very end of the game. It's behind the final boss. So, but yeah, we've actually done a full playthrough of Kingsfield 1, 2, and Ancient City on stream. Which, by the way, you want another game that does a little interesting way of skill expression. Those games are quite an interesting version of skill expression. They're also quite difficult. Being back at my uncut channel, I have far more games I dropped than finished. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it's like that, right? Sometimes you just don't vibe with stuff. When you're trying to figure out what you like, sometimes you just play a lot of stuff and you just don't find it. It takes a lot. You tried Kingsfield, you really did? Which one? Kingsfield 1 Japan or Kingsfield 1, like, North American? Eternal Ring was hard for you. Oh, Eternal Ring is... I had some very choice words for Eternal Ring, I will say. If you watch the end of our Eternal Ring playthrough, I had some very choice words for how Eternal Ring... Oh, Japan Kingsfield 1? Japan Kingsfield 1 is awful. Japan Kingsfield 1 is actually basically a tech demo for Kingsfield 1, North American. It's not good. I do not recommend actually playing that one. If you're going to play one, play the... What is Kingsfield 2 for Japan? Otherwise, you will not be happy. I do not recommend that one. I will try to. Again, it expects you to play in a very specific manner. I will warn you. Also, something to keep in mind, the game was a PS1 game. It has an unlocked frame rate. The animations of the monsters in that Kingsfield game are tied to the frame rate. Just to forewarn you, when that frame rate goes up to 60, and it will, sometimes those monsters could absolutely destroy you. Because it turns out, when monsters have 60 frames of animation in a PS1 game, they do some damage. It's a growing list of games I appreciate more than I enjoy. I mean, again, like, it's one of those things that, like, not everything is gonna be for everyone. There's a lot of people that, like, look at Kingsfield and go, no thanks. If you want a modern interpretation of those games that I do recommend, I know you're not very fond of modern games. There is a modern game called Lunacid. Lunacid. I almost had to look it up. I was like, I know it's something about the moon. Lunacid. Lunacid is a modern take and a very good one. It's also very like personal to the creator. The creator's like got a very like emotional attachment to the story itself. You played it for like an hour? Oh, that's unfortunate. And that plays into the overarching narrative of Lunacid. So nobody can say you didn't try. But I really like Lunacid. We actually 100%ed Lunacid on stream. Lunacid is very, very good. I do. If you appreciate the Kingsfield games, you will appreciate Lunacid. So, Lunacid, yes. Lunacid. Lunacid, yes. But when you get the basically the true ending for that game, it basically has a nice kind of connection with the developer and kind of what they went through while they developed the game, which is a little bit of talk about like mental health and stuff, which I appreciated. It does talk about kind of the human side of like game development, which is important. I do admit. Okay, so there are still threats here. What is? Hold on, there's a symbol. What is that symbol? Okay, I guess nothing. So there's still more threats here. We gotta... It says there's 1 and 3. I don't know if that means there's both, or just... Oh, hello. But yeah, the game is called Lunacid. It has an interesting style, but it's also got some, like... It's got a little bit of goofs in here. It's got some lightheartedness to it as well. But yeah, we 100%ed that. Like Skyrim, so I gave you 100 hours back. You know, it's interesting. Whenever I talk about Skyrim, sometimes I don't know. I've never had anyone actually get upset with me about Skyrim. The problem I have with Skyrim is like, I like Norse things. The problem I have with Skyrim is it feels like it's like worse Oblivion with just like Norse themes like slapped on top of it. I don't know. I did not like Skyrim. I like Oblivion. Oblivion I liked far more than Skyrim. Far more. So, but to each its own, you know. Everyone's got an Elder Scrolls they like, I feel, so. Got near when it came out. Yeah, I got Skyrim pretty early too. I got through it. Like, I completed Skyrim. Like, did a lot of the side stuff. Did the main quest, and like, I did a lot of it. It's just, just didn't connect with me the way Oblivion did. Not sure why. I think it's interesting. I think I actually like Morrowind just a little bit more than I like Skyrim. Not by much, not by much. But just a little bit more. I need to go back eventually and do a full series playthrough, at least just the main quest stuff. So I want to go back and play Arena and Daggerfall, but okay, we killed that one person. Was that one level 1 what was keeping us? The fact that it does this animation every time is so annoying. It's absolutely unnecessary. Ah, okay, so that one level 1 threat was the level 1 threat. So now there's only a level 3 threat left alive, which means it's probably in that tower somewhere. Got to the war room meeting and just reset mid cutscene. War room meeting. I don't remember exactly. You know you're impatient. I mean, yeah. Again, I don't. Like I said, I'm not a person to judge people for stopping, you know, whatever. Hey, play games how you want to play them. Like I said, as long as it's not harming your, like, someone else's experience. Because that's my thing with gaming. Like, if you're playing a competitive game and you're using cheats and stuff, I'm not about that. Like, you're harming someone else's experience. Like, that, I'm not for that, but, like, but if you're playing solo games and you know, you decide, like, oh, I'm stopping here, boop, then, you know, that's on you. Just play games how you want to play them. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. Arlind is fair. Yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of patience for games in most cases. I mean, I guess I had a lot more patience when I was younger, but even now I feel like I still have a lot of patience for games. For the most part. Oh. Nice. I saw the lever. I thought the lever was for the door. Guess it wasn't. Guess it wasn't. But, yeah. I feel like I had a lot more patience when I was younger, but I'm still pretty patient with games. Oh, this was the elevator. Oh, okay. Please encourage people to try and tough things out without cheating unless they're clearly not having fun. I mean, I don't usually encourage people one way or the other. I don't. I usually, if someone's playing something, I just let them, like, work through it themselves. Because usually, like most people are adults, right? Like, especially on Twitch, right? Like, they're adults. Just let them be an adult. Let them figure it out themselves. You know, if they want to keep going, they'll keep going. If they don't want to keep going, then they won't keep going. Like, that's on them. They're grown adults. They can make their own decisions. You know, so I don't really push anybody one way or the other. I will, like, on occasion, like, troll a friend. So, like, if a friend is, like, doing a game that I know that, like, is, like, jokingly bad or something, like, I will, like, troll them, but a little bit, be like, I mean, you could just shut the game off, ha ha ha, right? Like, I will do that kind of thing, but, like, but, like, outside of a joke, I don't really do one way or the other. Okay, so somewhere in this tower is an enemy. And just see if we can see them. Patience and admiral even when gaming to a point. I mean, yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm a very patient person, like, just in general. I don't even, like, really raise my voice in when I'm, like, doing stuff. Like, my volume will go up when I'm, like, passionate about something. Like, when I'm talking about something, like, I really enjoy and stuff. But, like, if I'm, like, angry with people, I don't, like, raise my voice or anything. Because I don't ever see the need to. If you're raising your voice, you're losing control of yourself, which is never really a good place to be anyways. In my opinion. Obviously. Everything is an opinion of my own. Take that as you will. but like, okay, I'm not seeing anything on this side. I'm guessing it's probably back down here somewhere. So all the level 3 stuff's in here. Or the mind frame you was in when you first played Skyrim. Yeah, and sometimes you're just not in the mind frame for it either. Like, there's been some times where, like, I played a game, and I've just been like, I can't do this. Like, I just... Not because, like, of skill. Like, I'm not in the headspace to do the thing. And then I'll come back, like, months later, and I'll play the thing, and I'll be like, ah, I actually really enjoyed that. It's just, at the time, I was just not where I needed to be to enjoy the thing. So... And that happens every now and then. Okay. Oh, we didn't open these. This is probably, hold on. This is probably where we're missing things. We never opened these cells. I do everything I can after to be less... I'm not sure I understand that sentence. Did we open all of these cells? We did. Did we open all of these cells? We did. What about these? Yes. Okay. I think that's what we were missing. We were missing those cells right there. So room to grow there. I mean, we're all... I talk about it a lot too. Is you know, we're all human. Right, we always have time, have space to grow. We always have, like, things to learn. We're not perfect, right? And we can't expect ourselves to be. You know, we just have to have that room for growth. We have to have that room for learning. Everything going to be less. Yeah. And that's, as long as you note that and you don't use that as an excuse, right? Because some people do that, right? Like, there's some people use that as an excuse. They're like, sorry, I'm trying to be less rude, but you're dumb. And it's like, are you trying to be less rude, or are you just using that as an excuse? Because some people do that, right? I'm not saying that's what you're doing right now. I'm just saying, like, some people use that as an excuse. I've seen that quite often, even on Twitch. Some people love to scapegoat that stuff, but yeah, we learn and grow. Like, I constantly say, oh, I totally missed this room over here. Nice. I constantly say that, like, I see stuff that, like, I do or say, and I'm like, I could word that better, right? I could say that better. I could phrase this better, you know. And again, it's all about growing. It's all about learning. Is that really all that was in here? I didn't even realize this door was here. You know. And as long as you mark it as, like, okay, you know, I shouldn't have phrased it like that, or there was a better way to think about this, you know. Because a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll double down, right? A lot of people, they'll say something, and then somebody's like, hey, that's not very cool, or that's kind of, and then they'll go, well, you're wrong. And it's just like, oh, is that where we're going with this? I've actually been seeing that I'm not the only one, obviously, but I've been seeing that quite a bit lately too. It's just people just doubling down on saying terrible things and then just being like, well, that's just my stance. And it's like, okay, well, your stance is hateful, and I'll see you later, peace. You know. And then they get upset when they get banned or removed from communities, and it's just like, well, what did you expect, right? I think you can tell when someone's sympathy farming is genuine. I mean, sometimes. Sometimes. A lot of times. If you know what to look for, yes, a lot of times you can figure it out, but... But there are cases where, and a lot of times you gotta remember, we do interact through text sometimes, and sometimes it's really hard, especially if you don't know the person, when you're interacting through text, to tell if someone's genuine. Now, if you know the person, yeah, a lot of times it's very easy, because you can tell by the way that they phrase things whether or not they're being genuine, but... Clear when I'm doubling down for the sake of being fun, apologizing is not the time for that. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, there's some people that, yeah. Unfortunately, they there's some people that like legitimately don't know. I talk about a lot about that. I think there's a lot of people that like they're not legitimately trying to be malicious. They just don't understand. Right? It's coming from a place of ignorance, not malice, as the phrase goes. You know, don't attribute something to malice that could be that of ignorance, or however the phrase went. And I think that happens a lot. The problem is when people get called out for stuff, there's a subconscious thing that happens called the backfire effect, where like your brain tells you, oh, I'm being attacked, I need to defend myself. And most people's first line of defense is to double down, right? Like, oh, I'm not wrong, you're wrong. And, you know, and then you get those kinds of defenses and stuff. Especially when you're, you know, in a social situation. Okay. So we have circled back and we didn't see any enemies. So I think we've cleared everything. At least I'm hoping. So, and of course, that's no excuse for the behavior. I always make it clear that just because these things happen does not mean that it condones the behavior or it's an excuse for the behavior. We are adults and we still have the ability to control our actions, right? You can take an extra minute to go, okay, what's going on? Let me think about this. Let me read stuff. Let me, you know, think before I act. But... But unfortunately, you know, we also, our brains are social media wired, if you will, and they tend to be ready to go, 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 go. And it doesn't, we don't take the time that we should to react properly, as it were. Okay. This is the area I wanted to look at. Okay, no. Yeah, I guess that's it. I think we've cleared everywhere. At least I hope so. If there's anything else here, then it's really well hidden. I think it was those jail cells that we missed. It's really important to have friends who call you. Yeah, I mean, it's important to have, you know, a diverse group of friends. It's important to have people that are willing to challenge you, but like in a respectful way, right? Like they're not just like calling you names for the sake of calling you names and stuff like that. They're actually challenging like your way of thinking and stuff like that. Okay, that is clear. All right, so let's go to the hills. But, you know, you need people that help you kind of work through stuff. You need people that also help you, you know, challenge your way of thinking and make you, give you different perspectives on things and all sorts of that kind of stuff. Because that just helps you grow. Sometimes we don't have a lot of times we don't have all the answers. A lot of times. It's very easy to curse yourself for not having. Oh yeah, yeah. It's that's one thing that I've learned personally the hard way. Is just forgiving myself for, like, especially my past self, for just not knowing, because it's like there's no way you could have known, right? Like there's so much stuff we learn, like, and then we're like, why did you not know that? It's like you couldn't have, right? We learn things, a lot of things, through, you know, through failure or through not knowing, right? It's the idea of you don't know what you don't know until you know it, right? And it's such a weird phrase, but it's the truth, right? You get too locked in on things I appreciate or think are cool. You have little things and details in the game. Yeah. Yeah, you have to kind of sit with stuff. You have to learn things. I would try to give. But yeah, also it's real easy to be. It's really easy to be very hard on yourself, right? Especially as like content creators, you know, as people that do streams and stuff. It's really easy for us to be like, oh, I you know, that stream should have been better, right? It should have pulled more views, or I should have got more followers, or, you know, this or that, right? It's really easy to do that to ourselves, but it's like, sometimes you got to remember that, like, sometimes it's just not in your control, right? Sometimes people just don't show up, or sometimes people are busy, or sometimes that's just not a good day for the stream, or, you know, for whatever reason, right? Sometimes it's just not in your control. Sometimes it is, and then, you know, sometimes it's things you just got to think about, like, okay, how can I make the next stream better? You know, oh, I need to post on Twitter. Oh, I need to do a TikTok. Maybe I need to look into TikTok streaming. Maybe I need to think about making a clip, or, you know, an Instagram post or something, right? Like, there's always things you can do to improve, but, like, you also got to remember that, like, you got to be easy on yourself, because sometimes it's not anything that you're doing or not doing. It's just how things work. Right, so you got to be, you know, less difficult or less hard on yourself, and just do the fun thing, have fun, you know. Because again, it's come on, don't do this again. Come on, wiggle, 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 wiggle. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. Developers, why do you do this to me? Come on. Come on. We got stuck in a hole before, and I wiggled enough to get out of it. So I'm trying to find where the lip is, in hopes that we can wiggle out of this one. There we go. Success. It actually was in this map too. Both of the holes that we got stuck in were in this map, interestingly enough. The other one was like over there near the trucks. Gotta be the best version of yourself. Well, the thing is I don't even think it's the best version of yourself, right? Like, I think the idea of, like, best version is kind of an illusion. I think it's just, you just gotta be a little bit better than the day before, right? because I don't think we can ever really be our best version, right? I think that puts too much weight on us. I think it's just got to be a little bit better, right? And that little bit can just be you learned a little bit something new, right? You knew something, you know something tomorrow that you didn't know today, right? And it could be something like, okay, I learned something in a video game that I didn't know before, or I learned something about myself that I didn't know before, right? I think all of that stuff is fine, because I think, like, one thing that I've learned, again, about, like, me being autistic and dealing with, like, mental health stuff, is I think there's so much pressure on us to give, like, 150%, that it's so easy to just grind yourself down trying to reach these, like, lofty goals, that we forget that just these, like, little victories are just as important, right? Just these, like, hey, we got 97% of the achievements for that video game. That's a huge goal, right? That's a big win. Did we get 100%? No, unfortunately we didn't. But 97% of them, that's good. That's awesome, right? That's a cool thing, right? And that's fine. That's still a win. That's a thing that you didn't have accomplished the day before, right? Because it's easy to get wrapped up in the idea that, oh, that should have been 100%. But we got to be okay with the 95% or the 97%, because that's just as good, right? And I think that's something that I personally am trying to get used to, and it's hard. I'm not gonna lie. It is very hard to get used to that mindset, right? And it's very easy to get wrapped up in the, oh, why did you not do that last 3%? Or are you gonna go back and do all of that stuff over again to get that last 3%, right? You know. Well, so-and-so did that 3%, why didn't you, right? Because it's easy to get lost in all of that. But at the end of the day, I still did that 97. That's a fact. That's a guarantee. Right? And I can be okay with that, because that's something I didn't do the day before, right? Actually, we could just check let's check the thing and see if those are the ones that we needed before we go into the mines, because there's a whole bunch of, like, mine tunnels that the things could be in. I want to see if the ones we killed down there were enough to trigger the finish of this. Nope, there's still threats. Okay. Okay, so there's still threats in the marshes. That's clear, that's clear, that's clear, clear. So I think the only ones we have left are where we are, the marshes, and the lake. Okay. Yeah, and that 3%, yeah, it could absolutely be rough, being like, oh god, that 3%, it's absolutely gonna destroy me, you know, I'm a worse person because of that 3%, and it's like, but no, you're not. Right? And you have to realize that. And it takes time. It takes a long time to unlearn those habits. You know, it's not something that happens overnight, and it's just something that you have to retrain, you know, yourself to do. Also says there's a level 1 and 2 here, which means there's some on the mountain. So there's probably some in the mine and some on the mountain. Interesting. But, and again, like, we talk about these things, and again, I talk about them actively because again, there's still things that I myself am working on. I'm human. I still make these mistakes. I'm still doing these things. I am not some paragon of unlimited virtue, you know, who has solved all of the conundrum of human life and can do no wrong. I don't ever want it to come across like that. Because I know there's some people that do like have that kind of have that kind of aura, if you will. Not me just knowing where I draw a line at with my ego. Take a lot of pride in being a hardcore gamer. See, that's interesting, because, like, I don't think I would ever use the term hardcore gamer. I just draw the line at gamer. I don't use casual or hardcore ever in speech. Like, ever. Like, gamers are gamers. You play mobile games, you're a gamer. You play Call of Duty, you're a gamer. You play Souls games, you're a gamer. I don't. The casual hardcore thing is meaningless to me. Like, whether you play 5 hours or 500 hours. Not a thing for me. But then again, I don't really do a lot of things with pride, I think. Which is, again, something that I've battled with. A lot in my life. There's a lot of things that I should have taken pride with throughout my years, and I just never did. And honestly, there are a lot of missed opportunities that I probably should have taken advantage of because of it, so... You know. You learn. Stay casual, make fun of friends. Get back to what you said about games are supposed to be fun. Yeah. Yeah, Where are these enemies at? They are big time hiding these enemies from us. Do I want to go into what? I'll go into anything. I'm a pretty open person. I don't really have anything to hide. But now we're just chilling out trying to find these last hidden little goober monsters. Where these little entities are hiding out. Oh, the stuff on Pride? Oh, yeah, no, it's just, why'd you guys stay back here?
I feel like a huge Maxi means the world to me.
The others left with that young man, Atticus. He may have good intentions. No, Alvin and I will continue to rest here for now.
Oh, okay. That's why they rested here. Okay. But no, it's just throughout my life I've dealt with a lot of like trying to find a good way to put it. Aggression, I guess, is the best way to put it. that aggression has basically put me kind of like in a position of where everything is kind of like a survival reflex. And when you're in a survival state for prolonged periods of time, you just kind of, it's never about pride, it's about survival, right? And that's just kind of where it came from, you know? It's just, you don't worry about, like, ooh, I won this, I won this award, I should be proud of that. It's like, okay, I got this award, I need to move on to the next, you know, what's the next thing I need to do, right? Next task, next solution, right? It's risk management and solution-based thinking. It's not worrying about how many people are applauding for you or how many people are high-fiving you, right? Like, it's about, like, okay, who can I trust? Where do I need to go? You know, that kind of stuff. And it changes your way of thinking. So that's basically the long and the short of it. Is it's just I've been in survival mode for so long that it just, my brain makeup is not what it should be for those kinds of interactions. So that's just an unfortunate side effect. Because if you know anything about like PTSD and stuff, you know it actually physically changes your mind, let alone mentally changes your mind. There's a lot of studies done that show like the physical traits that are changed with the human mind. And when there's no like official diagnosis for it, it's just still classified under PTSD, but there is a term that's being coined recently about complex PTSD, which is where it's basically when you have PTSD but it's repetitive. So it's not just one instance, it's multiple instances of PTSD. Like obviously if one or a couple instances of PTSD would cause, you know, some sort of like brain chemistry change, obviously multiple instances would cause even more brain chemistry change. So you can kind of figure out, or at least come to an understanding on why that that might be an issue. Okay, there's guys in the water here. Ah, this is where you guys were hiding out. So, but yeah, it's just a mental health thing, and like I said, I don't mind talking about that stuff. It doesn't really like bother me too much. In fact, I like having mental health discussions because there's always a chance that someone, you know, sitting in the stream, whether they're lurking or someone that, you know, comes in the stream, will be like, oh, that I can get a bit of an understanding here, or oh, I kind of experienced something similar. So I don't mind talking about that stuff. It doesn't really bother me. I just don't get into specifics because it can be triggering for people, even though we do have, you can see the warning up here for this video game specifically. And this video game is talking about a lot about trauma. Obviously we have war-based trauma and stuff in this video game, which obviously has stuff to do with like PTSD and grief and loss and all of that, but like, yeah, when you deal with certain like situations and stuff, it just changes the way that you interact with the world. So that's just that's just the case with me. It's like, can't be easy now either. I mean, it's easier. I've been I've been in therapy on and off for over 8 years. So like I've been with different counselors who have had different like methodologies, and they kind of helped me through different things. I also, you know, after a few years ago, got an autism diagnosis, which kind of helped me reframe things, because like once I understood like, okay, being autistic also changes the way you perceive the world and like the way you interact with things, so it kind of helped me understand like why I don't like approach things the same way as other people, Like, people will look at things a certain way, and I'm like, that's not really how I see it. But then I realize it's like, that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, either party is, like, wrong for seeing it that way. It's just different, right? Different perspectives. And that's just, and it's just because of how, like, an autistic brain views things versus an allistic brain, which is ALLISTIC, which is someone who is not autistic. So those two different brain types will have two different viewpoints. Very thoughtful about what you get into, and wouldn't want that for other people. Oh no, yeah, I absolutely don't want. That's another thing I talk to people about too. Is like, you know, people that haven't had to deal with like PTSD or things, you know, adjacent to that. Is like, I don't want people to have to experience this stuff to understand what I've been through. Like, I don't wish trauma on anybody. Like, trauma is not a good thing. By the way, if you don't know what PTSD stands for, anybody that might be lurking, PTSD is post-traumatic stress disorder. It's basically you've been through some sort of traumatic stress, which is some sort of situation that has caused an extreme stress, and it causes basically like an after effect. You can think of it kind of like an aftershock to like an earthquake or something, but like with mental health. And that's kind of what PTSD is it's something that's like residual after a big stressful event or traumatic event. So just for anybody that might not understand what PTSD is, and like I said, the term that's trying to be coined as of late is complex PTSD, which is basically that but repetitively. So instead of it just being a single event with aftershocks, it's multiple events with aftershocks. So you get diagnosed early. Yeah, there's some people that do get diagnosed early. Unfortunately, there's some people that just can't get diagnosed because it's just they don't have the insurance for it, or they don't have the money for it. So there's a big debate online that creeps up every now and then about like self-diagnosis and the validity of that. And unfortunately, some people don't understand that like self-diagnosis is more than just like watching a video that says like, hey, if you have these traits you might be autistic. It's like, no, you need to actually do more research than that. You know, look at the criteria for the diagnosis and see what criteria you actually fall under and stuff like that. But there's nothing wrong with doing things to help accommodate yourself too. Like if you notice that you do have like sensitivities to sounds or sensitivities to textures and stuff, there's nothing wrong with accommodating yourself for that stuff, even if you're not autistic. Which I think is the important part of that. But I always had issues with low self-esteem. I mean, a lot of people do, right? There's a lot of things in societies that specifically structures that kind of beat people down, that cause issues with self-esteem, and we don't really talk about those like as much as we should, in my opinion. So like it's one of those things that like if we talked about those systems, or even if we dismantled those systems, which is what we should be doing, then you know we might not have as much issue with those. But there are a lot of systems in place that are kind of built to structurally like oppress groups of people while uplifting others, right? And there's a lot of people that unfortunately do get crushed under the weight of that stuff, unfortunately. And people don't have those conversations as much as they should, unfortunately. Took damage from falling a foot and a half. Yeah, the falling damage is a little intense in this game, but I've seen worse. There's some games where you fall like legitimately 5 feet and then you just die. You just dead. So they got ankles made of tissue paper. It's kinda insane. Okay, are there any enemies in here? You think I'd be the opposite, because I used to. I'd put up an arrogant front. I mean, like, how we react to the world around us is also a choice, right? Like, you would think, like, a lot of people think when you deal with, like, the situation I've been in, you know, like with the PTSD and stuff. A lot of people think that I would be an overly aggressive personality, right? Like, they're like, oh, you should be like really loud and aggressive, and I've been around people that are like that. In fact, I have someone in my family who's like that, who's also dealt with like PTSD and stuff. But I'm not a loud person. Like I said, I don't yell, like, ever. I don't really have an aggressive personality or anything like that. Because I made the conscious effort and choice not to, right? Huh. Trying to figure out where these threats are. And of course, that's an important conversation to have. It's like, at the end of the day, we do make choices about how we want to act, right? Regardless of the things that we went through, because at the end of the day, we still do have choices on that stuff. Like, even if we do go through terrible things, it doesn't necessarily mean we have to be terrible people. And, like, I've talked about it multiple times. Like, my goal is always put kindness out in the world, because I have seen what cruelty looks like. I've talked about it in people's chats. I've talked about it, you know, here on the channel. Like, I've seen what cruelty looks like, and that's the exact reason why I don't want to put any more into the world. Because I could talk and act like those people that want to perpetrate that stuff, right? Because, like, I know what that kind of power and manipulation looks like, and I know what it gets you, right? I've seen it firsthand. I've experienced it firsthand. You know, well, the effects of it, at least. So it's one of those things that, like, but, you know, we make those choices. So and that's not me, like, tooting my own horn or anything. I'm not saying, like, oh, I'm just, you know, better than them or anything. I'm just saying that, like, that's just the choice that I made, and I'm hopeful for other people to also make good choices, regardless of the, you know, confines of what it's expected of them. Because at the end of the day, you know, we are adults that can make choices for ourselves, regardless of what the people that, you know, might have, the people that harmed us expected us to do. So and, you know, and it's just one of those things that, like, you make your choices, right? You make your choices, and hopefully you grow from them, you learn from them, you live in a way that hopefully makes the world a better place. But at the end of the day, it's a person to person basis, right? They make their own choices, you know. And that is how it goes. But it's interesting, because, like, along those lines, one thing that I've learned is a lot of people that have experienced that kind of stuff, similar stuff to what I've experienced, they expect some of those same things from me, because those are expectations that they've seen from other people. Like, one of the things that I find is there is a inherent, like, ulterior motives, or, like, inherent expectation of manipulation that happens a lot. And I've tried explaining to people that, like, I don't I don't have ulterior motives. When I say something, I just say something, right? Like, that's it. What I say is what I mean. I don't say it with any sort of like, I actually meant this thing and I was waiting for you to figure it out. It's like, no, I just said the thing I meant. And I realize more and more that is kind of an anomaly in social structures. And I have started to realize that I think that causes friction with a lot of the people that I talk to. Is when I say something, they're expecting like the other shoe to drop in some way, shape, or form, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. There's no other shoe. Like, it's just what I tell you. And it's interesting. Because like I can't fault them, right? When you're put into structures where that is the norm, right? Like it's obvious to expect that stuff, right? When something is the norm, it is 100% normal to expect that. And like I will never never fault them for that. So is there anything in here? Did I miss some? There can't be any monsters in here. I don't know. It can be hard not to internalize stuff. Yeah, no. It's yeah, absolutely. People internalize stuff all the time. Yeah, no. Again, that's the thing too. Is like whenever I'm dealing with people too. That's something I always keep in mind. Is realizing that like people are also dealing with their own stuff all the time, right? They're dealing with their kids, they're dealing with their families, they're dealing with you know, their own social structures, their own friends, their own communities, right? Everybody's dealing with their own stuff all the time. So sometimes when someone's talking to you and like they have a look on their face, or they say something that comes off a little, you know, crass or a little pointed, it's like sometimes it has absolutely nothing to do with you. And that's just the truth of it. It has nothing to do with you. It's just something that happened that day or something that happened that week. Please tell me we're done with this area. I cannot find anything else. We have been through this area with like a fine-tooth comb. Okay, it is clear. Okay, so all we have left is the marshes. So that's why I tell a lot of people, and a lot of people look at me funny when I tell them, like, they'll deal with someone, and they're, like someone will say something, like, rude to them or something, and I'll tell them it's like, okay, one, if they're streaming and someone says something rude, I'm like, just ban them. just get rid of them. You don't need that kind of crap in your community. And people are like, that's a little harsh, and it's like, no, it's not. Because once you let them say it once, they'll keep going. I promise you. You don't need that crap in your community. Like, I don't know. Some people turn it into like clips and you know, content, whatever. If you're gonna do that, just realize that you're just gonna have to keep doing that. But to each its own. For me, I just get rid of people like that. Because I just don't have the patience to constantly be dealing with people like that. But like, you have to remember that like a lot of times when people say stuff like about you, it's never about you. It's usually someone projecting some sort of insecurity or some sort of thought or some sort of like discrepancy of their life onto you. You know, it's like, oh, you know, I can't believe you only have 2 viewers. And the reason why they're saying that is because they probably don't have any viewers, right? Or they just watch someone and realize, man, I really wish I could do that streaming thing. That's what's going on in their head. It has nothing to do with you, right? And again, that's the problem, is people will internalize that, not realizing that like it's not about you. It's about them. That's like when someone comes in here and says something mean, like, "Oh, you have bad hair," or "You're super ugly." Okay, whatever, man. Thanks, I guess. Like, it doesn't bother me. It really doesn't. I just go over, I grab my little mouse here, scroll on over to the little band button, be like, "Oop, all right, have a nice day," and then I keep on playing. Hell is us, right? Like. Now, obviously, if I know someone's joking or it's just, like, playing off of something else, obviously I'm not going to do that. But, like, I just... And a lot of people, the thing that I really hate as a piece of advice, people are like, well, if you do content creation, you have to have a thick skin. And I hate that, because that concept to me makes it seem like, oh, you have to get used to getting beaten up. Right? And I hate that as a concept. I hate the concept of the idea that you have to get used to get used to getting beat up. I don't think that's okay. Like, I don't know. That's just one pet peeve of mine. I really don't like the thick skin argument, because it's like, no, you should just be treated with kindness. Like, that's what it should be. If they don't treat you with kindness, get rid of them. Like, that's the mask tip. that's where it's at. I think people who say this deserves 10 times more views are unknowingly backhanded. Oh, you see that as a backhanded compliment, really? I could see that. Like, where it's like, oh, this isn't getting the views it should. You see that as like, oh, they're saying like, oh, if this is somebody else, this would have got more views. Yeah, I could see where that's like backhanded compliment. I could definitely see that. Or it really, like, it also depends on like where it comes from, I think. But there, yeah, I could see that as a backhanded compliment. But, like... You said the thick skin art. I mean, again, it's not that it's like a new thing or whatever. The thick skin argument. It's just like, for me, it's a personal pet peeve. I know plenty of people agree with it. It's just, for me, like, it's just a peeve, because I don't think people should get beaten up, right? Because I think people should just be treated with respect. And if you're going to come into someone's chat or someone's live or whatever, you know, you're watching them on, and not treat them with respect, they don't need a thick skin. You need respect. You need to show them respect. If you're not going to do that, you need to find the door, right? They don't need thick skin. You just don't need to be there. Here we go. Here's some... I knew they were going to be hiding out in the water. They always do this with these, like, guys. Right, like... I think it's putting... For me, I guess, to put it in a better terminology, I think it's putting the onus on the wrong person. Instead of telling the streamer they need thick skin, it needs to tell the viewer they need to be putting respect onto the streamer. Right? It's pointing the finger at the wrong person, in my opinion. That's the problem I have with it. Why should the streamer... get used to being disrespected, right? We should be telling viewers to be more respectful. That's a better way of putting it. That's what I'm getting at, right? It's pointing the finger at the wrong person. Okay, let's walk around in the swamp water, see if we can aggro any more of these like swamp bodies. Me either. I don't like the idea either. Yeah. But, like, again, I get where the idea comes from. I get the idea that, like, okay, you're putting yourself out there. There's going to be, you know, a-holes that show up that try to ruin your day. Like, I get it. I know where it comes from. I understand the thought process. I just don't agree that it basically... It feels like it gives people a pass to just be rude. And I ain't about that. you know, just if people just be respectful, we wouldn't have to have that conversation in the first place, you know. All right, any more you goobers hiding out in the swamp water out here? Okay, you're hiding up there. Well, I don't know if it's really hiding. You're kind of just floating there. But I don't know. Maybe today is Hot Take City. I don't know. But like I said, my goal is just positivity, not the toxic kind of positivity either, right? Like realistic positivity, you know, just being kind to others, spreading kindness, spreading joy. Because there is a such thing as toxic positivity, right? Toxic positivity is like everything is awesome and you should feel awesome, and no, everything's not awesome, and it's fine to have bad days. Like, let's dial it back a little bit. So there is a such thing as toxic positivity. Going back and taking the idea apart, why do people need to have a thick skin, and not tying my ego to it? Yeah. And like, again, it's a perspective thing, right? Like we have to just think about you know, there's a lot of what we say that like is stuff that's like given to us, right? That's another thing, is there's a lot of phrases and how do I get over there? I see some enemies. They're right there. I need to figure out how to get over there. Remember when the internet in 2000 was rough? Yeah. I was born before the internet. Well, maybe not before the internet, but before the internet became what it is today, I guess. So I get it. Okay, I need to get over there. There's some enemies over there. But I want to check back near the start to make sure none spawned. But yeah, no, I get it. I get it. There was a lot of danger. I mean, not being on the internet was very dangerous too, so, I mean, I'll be honest. At least for me, but, oh, this is where he buried his... This war is taking everything from me. I am a broken, destitute, and empty. My only solace is knowing that they're both safe with Setharus now, thanks to an extraordinary kindness of a stranger. Perhaps there is still hope to be found in this horrid place. That was the guy that we found the heirloom from so he could bury his family. Okay. But yeah, there's a lot of phrases and a lot of thoughts that like we're given over time by like our peers and by, you know, the people before us and stuff like that. But sometimes we have to like deconstruct, right? We have to think about for ourselves, and it's like sometimes we just don't think about them, right? Like we just go, yeah, okay, I guess I agree with that. And, you know, and then when you finally sit down with them, you go, wait a second, hold on. Let me think if I really truly like agree with this take or this thought or this phrase, right? And sometimes you realize, like, maybe not. Some aspects of the argument hold up, like being able to rationalize what I do. Well, but see, the thing is having a thick skin has nothing to do with rationalization, right? Like, thick skin is just like, take the punch, right? Because it's the idea of something hitting you, right? Like, rationalization is about having a rational discussion. In a rational discussion, you're not hitting each other, right? you don't go up to a debate podium and then punch somebody. At least not if you're having an actual debate. Now if you're having a boxing match, you know, whatever. Again, thanks for giving me the opportunity. No problem. Again, that's the whole point of having conversations, right? So we can talk about that stuff. Okay, we found you. Oh, you brought friends. Again, we're just doing some map clearing stuff, so this is the perfect time to... That's why I like playing some, like, chiller games or games that let us do this kind of stuff, because it's good to have the conversations. But no, like, that's the whole point of having conversations, right? Like, so we can talk about this stuff. Again, it's all about those little growths, those, like, learning and thinking about stuff that we didn't think about before, right? So we can become just a little bit better or a little bit more knowledgeable, right? And again, this isn't about being, like, right or wrong. It's just about a different way of thinking. Even if, like, you come out of this and going, you know, I don't agree, and I'm going to still use the phrase, you know, have a tougher skin. That's fine. You know, you can do whatever you want, especially, you know, if you're a content creator. It's your stream, it's your channel. I was talking about that in someone's Discord the other day. There was someone talking about how they didn't agree with how someone ran their channel, and I'm like, that's fine. That's their channel, right? Like, they can run it however they want. You know, it's like you don't have to engage with their content if you don't agree with their content. You know, you just don't engage with it. And no thanks. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Ow. Okay, that didn't hurt as much as I thought. I did see some more over here. We missed a few monsters over here, it looks like. I saw two up here, and I think I saw another one over there. Nope. For what it's worth, I never thought that just taking things lying down is completely fine. Oh yeah, no, I get that. Again, this isn't like, I guess I'm again, I guess I'm not like a lot of content creators in that regard. These are not like gotcha moments. I'm not trying to be like, aha, you didn't think about this. These are just open discussions, right? They're just here to like help you think about things, right? Like, you know, they're just moments of like, you know, thought experiments, if you will, right? I'm not trying to like trick someone into thinking the way I think or doing things that I do. Channel backseating? No. Oh, you're talking about like the idea of like, oh, people should run their channel a specific way? Yeah, no. Like, yeah, no, if you don't like how people are running their channel, just don't be a part of their channel, right? Like that's my take on that is like just don't be a part of their community if they're doing it a certain way. But it's their channel, right? Like if they're banning people right and left for doing a certain thing and you don't agree with that, just don't be a part of it. Ah, there are more of you in the water. But yeah, I don't do like the gotcha, you didn't think about this thing. I don't know. It's a weird like internet debate thing, I think, that has that kind of mentality. I don't do that. I'm not trying to prove anybody right or wrong in any way. I just love talking about things and thinking about things. I love growing as a person, and that's how we grow. I have a friend who has a philosophy degree. I learned very quickly about, you know, like arguing and stuff. Like he literally has a degree in arguing. That's what philosophy is. It's a degree in arguing. He's very, very good at it. Oh, there's something underneath that bridge. Huh. We need to get that. But He is like very, very good at articulating his points and not like dancing around topics, and he's like, I've learned a lot about like just like discussions in general from just like listening to like how he approaches things and stuff. And I've told him that I've told him that I've actually learned a lot from how he approaches stuff. And I think it's made me better in discussions, but again, I don't ever approach things to try to be right or wrong. I will say I do have another friend who does approach things from that aspect, which tends to lead to some very silly moments sometimes. How do I get to that? I guess I gotta drop off the bridge? It really wants me to fall off the bridge, huh? Like the back and forth, I'm interested. Yeah, like, and again, I try not to be accusatory or anything like that when it comes to that stuff, you know. Again, everybody's like got their own thoughts on that stuff, and I love hearing different perspectives and stuff, and especially experiences, right? People different streaming experiences and stuff. Ooh, research item. Memorial ribbon. Interesting. Okay, so that's where that research item was. How do we get... Guess we go this way? Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I always mention it. I get a little bit of what's it called, like imposter syndrome with my friends. I've talked to some people about it. Like I have what I would say is pretty smart friends. So whenever I hang out with them, I'm always like, man, I am the odd person out here. Like they are way above my pay grade, but I always try to make sure that like I learn from them, you know, some skill or just something, while also trying to, you know, just have fun around my friends, because at the end of the day, you know, that's kind of the point, you know, spend time with your friends to have fun and stuff. But like I always feel like the odd person out, because they're just great people, and they know a lot of stuff, and it's very easy to get kind of wrapped up in the idea of like, oh boy, I don't belong here. But then again, I always think about easy falling trap, thinking you don't need to take anything from a conversation. Yeah. But I always think of there's a funny thing that always keeps me whenever I enter a room, and I think about, like, you know, because there's always like the, you know, you're never the smartest one in the room kind of idea. And the thing that always keeps me, like, I guess a little humble is there's a quote from Einstein of where he went to, I think it was like a math convention, like a convention for like, it was like either engineers or like mathematicians or whatever, and he was basically was like, he went there expecting all of them to believe that he was a fraud. And it's so funny because we look at Einstein and we're like, Einstein thought he was a fraud, right? He thought he himself was a fraud in a room full of mathematicians. And I always think about that, because I'm like, it's so funny how we, like, sometimes we view ourselves and forget that, like, you know, we always have something to learn, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're stupid, right? But it's easy to fall prey to that like inner voice that'll tell us that. But that little voice, by the way, the one that tells you that, like, oh, I don't belong here, I'm obviously not the smart, you know, I don't belong here, is it's called imposter syndrome. It's the belief that, like, you don't know what you actually do know. It's really interesting. Also, something about the first step to becoming a genius is to admit that you're a fool. I don't think I've heard that, but yeah. I mean, yeah, I've heard some, like, other versions of that. Is the It's the idea of like the knowing that you don't know something is how you learn. There's also, I think I talked about it, maybe not last stream, but a couple streams ago, about like Stephen Hawking mentioned that his definition of his intelligence was the ability to adapt. And I like that version of intelligence, because then it means basically no one's stupid, because basically everyone has the ability to adapt. It's just how well you adapt, you know? So the people that are unwilling to adapt are really the only ones that kind of falter in intelligence. But everyone has the ability to be intelligent. I like that, because it basically stops the use of the word stupid, which I really don't like the word stupid. I heard that word used so many times when I was younger, and I despise the word stupid. It's so harmful, and it doesn't there's no useful definition for that word. I don't know. I don't like the word stupid. I really don't. Because there's not really a good way to measure, consistent way to measure intelligence, and everyone fights over like what's a measurement of intelligence, and it's just like it's like, okay, well, if no one can agree on what intelligence is, then how are we supposed to measure who's intelligent, right? Like, it kind of makes us all look kind of unintelligent, don't you think? If we have a room full of quote-unquote smart people and nobody can agree on what we use to measure intelligence, how are we the room full of smart people, right? Like, hello? Can we, like, help? But yeah, I don't like the word stupid. I really don't. There's a lot of words that I just don't like. I mean, I don't like most derogatory terms, just in general. Just anything that just demeans people is, I just don't like. Now I will still on occasion use those words. Usually when I'm upset at a thing, and usually I'll usually use them towards an object, like a game. Like, this is a dumb game, or this is a poor design decision, but... So I will use them in those cases, but outside of those, most of the time that I won't use them, but I will falter on occasion and still use them. Because again, I am human and I am not perfect. But... And I will never claim to be. Okay. Alright, I think we've gotten all the monsters here. You can't really sing words you don't like sometimes? Yeah. Sometimes it's... Well, for me, it's not that they slip, it's just... It's hard not to use insulting words when you want to insult something, right? Like, it's hard to be kind to something when you want to insult it. Like, I can't call something, you know, a bad design decision without using the word bad, because then it's just a design decision, right? Like, I have to use some sort of word there in order to show my disdain for the thing, right? So it's less that it's a slip and more that it's just I have to use something there, otherwise it just doesn't make sense. So Alright, we're gonna head back to the APC and see if we got everything here. Sarcasm exists. Yeah, but so there's a phrase for that. There's an old phrase for that. I'm going to censor it a little bit. So there's an old phrase that is, even if you screw the pig ironically, you still screwed the pig. So that's why you gotta be careful about sarcasm. So, like, even if you do something in irony or in sarcasm, you still did the thing. Okay, this is clear now. Clear, 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 clear. So that's not clear, and that's it. Okay, so the only place that is not clear is the lake, which is where we're going to now. By the way, they do not say the word screw. Screw is my censorship. They use the F word. But this is a family-friendly stream, at least the best I can make it, so even when the game is not. And the only reason I try to keep it family-friendly is because I want to keep it family-friendly. It does not have to be family-friendly, but I try my best to do that. Just because I want as many people to be able to watch the stream as possible. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Sometimes I do that as well. I'd be like, this is such a fantastic game. And you can tell that I'm being sarcastic. So I do that as well. I will throw a little bit of the, yeah, this is wonderful. But, hold on. I forgot that we had a research item. I need to go take this to the... I need her to research this thing real quick. You stop looking at me.
Find anything out? Interesting. I'll look it up.
Order
I finished
of...
my first draft on
Okay.
the order.
She's done with the Order of the Eye.
Nice find. Let's run it through the database.
Okay, she didn't finish Civil War. So the only one she's missing, looks like one on the Conspiracy, and one, or a couple on the Civil War. I wonder if we could look up what we're missing here. These research items. Hold on, let me look these up. We might actually just finish these out as well, if we can. Okay. We just finished the Order of the Eye. We have Limbic Invasions done. Okay. Which ones are we missing? Civil War and the Conspiracy. Okay. Conspiracy. We have the vial. We have the pistol. We don't have the Operation Appleseed candidate file. Oh, no, we do. Yeah, we got that one. We have the cufflinks. We have the mask. We've got the photograph. Do we have the countdown watch? We do. Limbic tipped ammunition box. We don't have that. That's in the museum. Okay. Let's go get that, huh? Might as well, right? Just just do as much as we can. We have 2 weeks to burn, so we might as well finish up as much as we can. We go to the drone workshop. I literally looked at that body and there was nothing there. You can kiss my butt, game. There's literally a guy against the wall that I stared at. I know what corpse it's talking about, too. I looked at this guy. He did not have an item on him. Says it's in B3. Let's do this. Go through here. Go through here. Wait. Is this locked? Oh. Wait, can we not? Oh, we don't go through the blue door if we go through this door. I was like, wait a second. What? Okay. It's right there. That's the item. That's the last one we needed, too. Silly, silly game. Alright, APC. Perfect. Watch, we need it. Actually, something for the Civil War down here as well. That'd be hilarious. That's fine. We won't leave this area just in case we need something else here, but because we can still get her to research. Just this.
You have anything?
There you go.
Good find. I'll look it up. My article on the Zeal Council conspiracy.
Okay, that's done. Alright. Alright, Civil War. What are we missing? Okay, we have the box of acorns. We have the ribbon. We have the ballot. We have the pamphlet. We have the relocation lottery. We have the prison manifest. We do not have the speed. Okay, we do not have any of these last 3 items, but none of them are here. 2 of them are at the cultural primacy, and the other is at the library, so we do not need to be here. Boop. Okay, so where's the first one? First room, dead on the desk. The white phones. Just below the phones, and the other one is map projected on the wall. Okay. Guy on the desk, and the map projected on the wall. I know where the map projected on the wall is. I thought we'd clear that room like 5 times, but I guess not. Because I'm good at video games. There you go. There's sarcasm. Okay. Guy dead on a desk with the white phones. Yep, there it is right there. Alright. And then... I know where the map is. This way. I mean, we don't have to go this way, but we're gonna go this way. Because it's just easier. There's the book. Okay, it says the map projected on the wall. Look behind the desk to the right. Yep, there it is. Bingo bongo. That is the 2 items we're missing. The last one is in the library, so we'll need to go to the APC to do that. There we go. Wait, we can't go back to the APC from here? Rude. I mean, it's not that long of a run, so... We'll get her to research these 2 items, then we'll head to the library. Where is our APC at? There it is.
Have you found... Interesting find. Let's see what the server can tell us about it.
Civil War.
Let's see what the Zeal server has to say about this one.
Parallel map. Alright, now I'm gonna go to the library. This is enter the building and go immediately left towards the boxes. Sitting on the wood box, a cart to pick up this research item. Are you serious? It's really just that simple? Man, it's so crazy that sometimes I just like those were a little hidden, but it's the easy ones that really bother me, because I think I do a good job of exploring, and then it's just like, hey, it's just right there. It's just right there. Literally like 5 steps inside of the map, man. I used to be really good at video games. Used to find all the things.
Let me know if... Interesting. I'll look it up. You can now read my article on the...
And that's all of them.
There is a vault of forbidden knowledge in Akasa Marshes.
That's all Civil War, and that's all research. Okay, and the marshes. Where was the marsh one? Where's the marsh door? I don't know. We gotta go there anyways. I think it gives us a hint when we look at it. So I have to remember, where's the marsh door? Search the... Oh, yeah, now I remember. Yeah. All I needed for it to say is the blue mantles. I remember. It's where our mom sent us. It's over here. It's in the gated area. I was like, I cannot for the life of me remember. And then it said the blue, and then I remember I was like, oh, don't forget, it's gonna be in this gated area. I remember me literally vocalizing that today, saying that don't forget, it's around the corner. It's literally just right over there. I tell myself not to forget, and then what's the first thing I do? I forget. Silly me. Yeah, it's just right over here. There's a little cave back here. Just a little cave back here. Alright, what is our code? Arrows, snowflake, wheat, crying. Arrows, snowflake, wheat, crying. Find yourself born anew with health, stamina, and limbic energy restored. Fully restored. So that's a full heal item? Active item? That's insane. Oh, hello. Let me double check, make sure there's nothing else in there. Okay. Alright, so that is all the research items, that is all the doors. We've cleared everything but the forge area. I think we've basically done everything but finish this act up, so... Almost got in, try to get in that APC. Boy howdy. Boy howdy. Trying to get these up to 20 so I have backup weapons. Okay. Oop, there we go. Now I got some. Now I got the backup axes. I think we are good to go. Let's do a manual save. So the only thing we missed out was on 2 good deeds, and then that's basically it. Let me check achievements. Acquire all relics, which we can't do probably because of the good deeds. Acquire and wear all baseball caps. Close and defeat all remaining enemies. Okay. Alright. Alrighty. Alright. I think we're good.
Let me know if you want more.
All we have to do is clear out the entities in the lake, right? Let me... Threats 2. Clear. 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 Yep. So once we clear out the entities in this lake area, that is it. Everything is clear. And we showed how to do the good deeds. We just didn't... we just couldn't do them because, unfortunately, the baby can only be done in Act 1, and the Mementos guy, I tried to go back and do, but it saved before, so, or saved after, so. Let me actually check on the Mementos thing. We might be able to do Mementos. Okay. Oh, we can do Mementos, actually. Memento fun. Okay, hold on. We can do Mementos. We didn't have to save that guy. My bad. Just a second. One more stop. Actually, technically 2 more stops. I gotta go to 2 different places. Gotta go 2 more places. I only 100% games I really like. Yeah. Well, we're not 100%ing it. We missed one thing. No, it's an exploration game, and I figured we'd show it off. Plus, this stuff is not that complicated to finish out. What am I doing in this menu? Boop. And honestly, like, I think the thing I dislike the least about this is the loot is uninteresting, the story is kind of uninteresting, and the combat's kind of basic. Like, I know that sounds like most of the game, but like overall, it's okay. Like it's okay. Like, I still don't think I'd recommend it at full price. Yeah, see, 99%. I'm a 99%ing it. There you go. But yeah, apparently we gotta give the ring to this little kid over here. And then the cigarette case to one of those ladies that we saved with the boat. Where is this? Sometimes I just get into the clearing headset though. Sometimes I'm just like, might as well. Plus, like I said, we have 2 weeks until the release of Silent Hill F, so I'm also just burning away some time. Alright, where's this little kid at? You. Here.
That's my superhero symbol. You met Mama? That's the ring I made for her. What does that mean? Is she coming back soon?
Yeah, of course that's what that means. He's totally not dead in a cell somewhere. Anyways, never talking to that kid ever again. Okay. And thankfully this right here is all as far as we need to go.
No one should have.
Okay, it's you.
No. No. Ziad. Deep down, I always knew I would never see him again. But part of me still had hope.
There we go. That's Mementos. Okay, so we could complete that one. It had nothing to do with that scientist who died. So, Memento's complete. So the only one we didn't do was because we didn't do it in Act 1, which makes me even more upset at this game. Because that means that is the only... There is one good deed, it seems like. Unless I just did things perfectly without knowing it, except one. There is one good deed that is time-locked. One. And it's the baby. That one good deed is locking us out of 100%. Which is interesting, because I wonder if this game has New Game Plus, if it keeps track of me not doing that good deed, I wonder if I could do that good deed in like a New Game Plus and then it gets me to 100%. I'd be very interested in that. But yeah, that would be my message to the developers. Just take out the time crunch. Just let the baby be able to be saved in Act 2. That's all you have to do, and that would fix that problem. Everything else can be done in New Game Plus. Yeah, it's basically New Game Plus is where you get to do the game again, but like you get to keep all your stuff essentially. It just keeps track of all your stuff. You see that a lot in Souls-likes. There's other types of games that do a New Game Plus. So, all right, we're gonna have to search this place top to bottom for extra enemies. Too mediocre. Yeah. Well, if it keeps track of that I've done all the good deeds except that one, that's literally in the first area. All I have to do is just go through the first area, grab those bottles, take it to the guy, the farmer, and take it back, and then I would have all the achievements. So, but if it doesn't keep track of it, then, you know, it's whatever. But since I don't chase 100, I don't mind missable. Well, the thing is like when I stream, if I get close to doing like 100% and stuff, like I try to do them just because that way if someone goes through like our VODs, they could be like, oh, that's a thing I missed. I need to go back and do that, right? I do it sometimes just for the content. Again, now if I really, really enjoy a game, I will definitely go out of my way to try to 100%, unless it requires us to do multiple playthroughs. If 100% requires multiple playthroughs, I will absolutely not do that on stream. But like if it's something we can do in one playthrough and it's not too like obtuse or way too time consuming, there you are. Then I will sometimes just go ahead and try to do it. Like this one. The reason why I wanted to do this one is because like we were already going back to do stuff, and I figured if we were gonna do stuff, we might as well just knock some of the other stuff out. So hi there. Are you gonna... Okay, you're bugged. I'll take it. But yeah, I don't usually chase 100%. Like I said, unless I really, really like a game. But again, if it takes multiple playthroughs, absolutely not. I will not chase 100% through multiple playthroughs. That is, I am not about that grind. I also don't have that, there's a lot of people that have that, like, show off how many, like, platinum trophy or, whatever the PlayStation has, like, platinum trophies, which is how many games you've 100%ed. Like, I don't have that mindset either. Like, I do not care how many, like, games I've 100%ed. It's more just for the fun of it or for the like content. So if it's not for fun or content, then probably not gonna happen. In this case, it's for content. I mean, again, I'm not having like the worst time, but God, where did all of you guys come from? Oh, I think I know what happened. Is we didn't shut the time loop originally, so I think it just respawned all the enemies. I'm like, there's no way we left all of you guys alive. We never had that? We never had what? If you don't like a game, you'd be lucky if you see credits. Oh, like, yeah, no, like for me, if a game is okay, I don't mind continuing playing it. It's like, for me, like, a game has to be like legitimately unfun for me to not want to continue to play it. Or it just has to really not connect with me. Which is pretty difficult to do, because I connect with a lot of games. There's just a few genres that I just don't really vibe with. Again, I have a lot of patience. And I've also this year and a little bit of last year have been branching out a bit and trying stuff that's been like out of my wheelhouse in an attempt to like find some newer things and some other things. So this one hasn't been like a I wonder if the achievement will pop when we get this done. You beat DMC too. The notoriously not good one. I have not played more than like 30 minutes of Devil May Cry 1, and that's about it. That is another series we will be probably getting to next year. There's a few series that we're going to be probably jumping into for the first time next year. So and I think Devil May Cry will probably be one of those. But Which that genre of game, the Devil May Cry's, Bayonettas, the Platinum games, you know, all of those like fast-paced action games, not very good at those games. So should be very interesting. Very, very interesting to play through those. The game is fine. I mean, there's a lot of games that do get a lot of flack, and they turn out to be okay. Or better than okay in some cases. There's a lot... The game that I like that gets a lot of hate, and it gets to the point where it's kind of infuriating, honestly, is Dark Souls 2. A lot of people hate on Dark Souls 2 because they're told to hate on Dark Souls 2. And it's good to the point now, it just really kind of ticks me off. Because there's just so many people like, oh, Dark Souls 2 is the word. It's like, have you played it? And most of them just say no, and it's like, why are you hating on a game you haven't played? Like, if you play it and you don't like it, sure. But like, at least play it, right? Like, at least take the whole freaking 2 hours to play the game that you before hating on something. I say it because I would be a hypocrite for saying why play game in mid. Yeah, I don't know. It just, like, usually if I look at a game and like people are like, oh, are you gonna play blah blah blah, and I'm like, no. They're like, why aren't you gonna play it? It's like, I just don't think it's my type of game. That's usually what I do for that kind of thing, right? I won't say, oh, that game is bad, and it's just like, because I don't know, right? I haven't played it. It might be an excellent game. It's just I haven't played it. I don't have an intention to. Like Borderlands 4. Borderlands 4 is a perfect example. There's part of Borderlands that I think I would like. I just don't like a lot of what Borderlands has to sell. Like from a story and like a comedy point of view. I just don't think I would vibe with Borderlands. So I'm not going to play Borderlands 4, right? But I'm not going to say Borderlands 4 is going to be a bad game. I'm just going to say I'm not going to play Borderlands 4 because I don't think it's going to be my type of game, right? I don't think that game is for me. So yeah, I just... But so many people, like I said, so many people just like hate on a game that they have not played or will not play, and it's just like, what? Ugh, so annoying, man. There's nothing wrong about not wanting to play a game, but at least don't hate on it. Alright, I think we need to go down to... But yeah, that's just one of my peeves. There's all these people that also call themselves Souls fans, and then they won't play Dark Souls 2, and it's like, then how are you calling yourselves a Souls fan? Like, you're not playing one of the Souls games. I don't know. But then again, like I said, I think I just have a whole bunch of hot takes that people don't agree with, and that's fine. Live your life. Do what makes you happy. I'll be more than happy to play Dark Souls 2 while someone else talks about how they'll never play it. Let's check over here. See if there's any enemies. I didn't think there'd be any enemies back here. Big fan. Well, no, like it's just one of those that's like it always just bothers me when like they'll go out of their way to say, oh, you know, you're not a real fan if you don't XYZ thing, or if you haven't beat XYZ boss, or blah blah blah, right? So they'll go out of the way to like gatekeep, you know, the game from other people, but then they'll also go out of their way not to play a game in the series. So it's just like, how are you gonna gatekeep the series while also not playing all of the series? Right? It's just, it's so backwards, right? It's hypocritical and in the perfect definition, right? That's why it irritates me. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think like Dark Souls 2 is perfect. Again, it's very hard for me to like think of any game as a perfect game. But it's just the fact of, like, just give it a go, man. Just give it a chance. Okay, there's still monsters in here. I don't like the stamina meter. I mean, that's part of the skill expression, right? Is stamina management. Oh, that's interesting. They spawned 2 of them. I wonder if for every key we put in, if it's gonna spawn another one. Okay, so if I put in rage, is it gonna spawn a rage? No. Interesting. See, I don't want to finish this just in case there's another creature out there somewhere. The problem is I don't know if I can actually clear this one without pushing it forward. This one's tricky. This one's tricky. Because I'm just worried that, like, we can't finish this one until we get to the next act. See, it still says threats too, right? I think we have to open the door. I think we have to. I think it's a requirement. Also, you see that helicopter still flying around out there? Yeah, I think it's just going to be a requirement. Unless there's some just hidden out here, which I doubt. So we checked the rest of that lake area. Okay. And let's just go back down and open the door. I don't think, the only thing I can think of is what we might have to do, what we might test, is every time we put a key in, I wonder if it's going to spawn that specific, like, enemy type. So, like, the grief key was there, right? So it spawned enemies with grief. So I wonder if now that we put the rage key in, if there's going to be rage enemies. So what we might have to do is, like, every time we put a key in, leave, come back, and see if it spawns a new enemy type. Because it might be a case of, like, a bug where you can't get new enemies unless you, like, leave and come back from the spot. I feel like we've checked everywhere else, right? Like, there's no... There's nowhere else. Right. There's nowhere else these enemies can be. Okay, no, I don't see any rage enemies. Okay, put ecstasy in. And then put terror. Okay, said complete Act 2. Ah, I'm guessing you guys are... Yeah, okay. This is where the enemies are, so we did have to move forward. What is this? Okay, can't after that. Any more? We good? Okay. What does it say? What a rush. As shadow and silence weave Twilight's veil, what a rush. I seek thee, and thy embrace to fade into your arms. What dread stirs in my breast, yet still thou art sovereign above all. Sing this in your head, sing it again, till you reach the light.
According to my calculations, you're headed towards Mount Obek.
Oh, imagine the time it took the Fall Guard to dig through all this rock. The dedication. Wait. Remy? Remy? Remy?
Tanya, sound off. Tanya.
Remy? Remy? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
I was afraid of this. The drone's communication array can't penetrate through all that rock. I told you we should have upgraded the...
Tanya, you're breaking up again.
Remy? 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 Shit. I'll try boosting this.
The boosting the signal is what attracted.
Why do I feel like I'm in a really bad long-distance phone call commercial?
Remy?
I'm here.
I've boosted the array to its limits. This is probably the last time we talk. I think you're almost there. Wherever there is. Don't take my word for it, though. The drone's readings are erratic. Take care, Remy. Stop the calamity. Good luck.
Save our battles against limbic entities. No set trial upon our shoulders by Setharus is way heavier than this one. Yet we press on, broken and steadfast. We are near, my brother generals. This we do for our brother vulnerable fathers, the Order, the Eye of God. It's for Setharus himself. Above all, we do this for our beloved Hidaeans, whose fate rests in our hands. Okay. Burst the tunnel from the Limbic Forge to the Eye of God. That's the achievement we just got. Apparently we are at the Eye of God. What the hell? Orb Cobalt. Orb Gold. Orb Emerald. Orb Crimson. Okay. Scroll Failsafe. Haz the Reckless. Oh. Keeper of Terror. So now we have to match the symbols with... Oh, look at that. The love of our country, Setharus, be with you. Visit all locations. What the hell is that? Why is that guy like 20 feet tall? Yeah, figured that was going to be the case. What the hell is happening right now? Nice camera. Okay, gotta make sure we kill and find everything in here. this. Okay, we need... This is the upside down door. So we need that scroll. Keeper of the Sphere of Loathing. Okay, so that's nobody. What is wheat? Terror. Terror is green. So that means we need to go this way. Guess we get to fight our first giant monster? So we gotta get to Terror, but Terror's over there. Okay. Oh, that's how these guys work. Get out of here. Okay, that's how they work. They summon groups of things, or those things, and then you have to kill those. Okay, so how do we get over there? Okay, the path is there. We need to go back up. This way. Okay. This wheat. This is wheat. So this is Terror. So that would be this one. Alright, so that's that one. And open that. Okay, there's a chest there. Okay, I'm guessing there's one time loop guardian for each element. That would be my... You're not level 3. Okay. Alright, so we have S and arrows. S is admiration. Arrows is rage. Okay, so this would be red orb. I don't think we've ever seen them do that before. Locked from that side. Got it. Don't care. Okay. There's something over here, though.
Personal log, July 15th, 1991. It's been 2 weeks since I began working in the Sphere's antechamber. This morning, I recognized something
Are you
odd about
grief?
myself.
Your grief.
It took this long to even notice. It's quite awkward to describe. I feel nothing. No emotion whatsoever. No excitement. No anxiety. Disappointment. Pride. Frustration. Sexual arousal. I suspect this is happening to all of us. How is this possible? Are we being drugged by the council? The obvious answer is no. What mechanism drives this? Perceptible fluctuation in atmospheric pressure. Infra-orbital strike tones. Nothing shows
we got Eye and Snowflake. Eye and Snowflake. Eye is amazement, Snowflake is ecstasy. So this is yellow. Well, I think the teardrop is grief. So, if I had to take a guess. Yes, so grief will be that one. The last one we need. So we've got, let's see, a flying person there, rage person there, some people near that. Obviously, we still have the big person over there that we need to fight. Open that. Can't open that, so how do we get over there? We need to go this way somehow? Okay, let's get up this tower over here and maybe get an eye for where we need to go. Okay. Let's see. We could go through there. Oh, I can. There's a path right there, it looks like. We can go through here, yeah. And we go through here, I would assume. Yep. Grab that. Okay, open this gate. We can't enter the time loop until we beat the last Guardian. The last Guardian we can access by going over here. And then that one over there will be... Ow. Screwed. Where'd it go? Okay. That was the last time loop Guardian. And then we can go up here to grab this item. Before we put the last orb in, I want to go close this time loop.
Now!
Okay, they made a line of killing each other? Certainly looks that way. And the last one's gonna... Yeah? Yep. That's how that would end, yep. Certainly how that would end. Gilded baseball cap. We didn't get the rage one. Guess we missed a hat somewhere. We got a golden baseball cap, I guess. Okay. Did we miss any monsters anywhere? I'm gonna be so mad if we did. It must be... No, it said to go to all locations, so this is definitely the last location. Alright, let's take a peek. See if there's somewhere that we see any movement. By the way, look at this. There's the eye. By the way, you're looking for the eye of God. Let's see any movement. I guess we just missed an enemy somewhere. That's so unfortunate. I don't think we can go back. We also missed a hat somewhere. So missed a couple achievements. All that clearing for nothing. That's crazy, we missed it in this area. Because we cleared all the other areas. I mean, there might be another time loop or something that happens, so... So maybe we haven't closed all the time loops yet. I just don't want to put that last orb in if if that's going to trigger the last or the end of the game. So. Oh, there they are. Yep, there we go. Close all time loops and defeat all remaining enemies. We have 100% cleared all the enemies. So I think that means the only achievement we missed was... Okay, we missed 3 achievements, which was accomplish all good deeds because the baby was locked to Act 1, acquire all relics, which was locked behind all the good deeds, and acquire and wear all baseball caps, which I'm not sure where that is. So I'm thinking we missed 1 baseball cap, and I think it's the Rage baseball cap, because that's the only emotion cap that we do not have. If you look, see, we have Ecstasy, we've got Grief, and we've got Terror, but we do not have Rage. So, and we have Palamist, we have Quebec for some reason, Sabinian, we got Gilded, we got our regular one, we've got Veteran. So, yeah, I think we missed the Rage cap somewhere, which might have come from like a good deed or something. But anywho, let's go do this last orb. Oh, wait, there's something right here.
July 15, 1990. The following is a...
Okay. But, so, 3 achievements missed. We know how we missed 2 of them. They're basically interlocked, which I said was going to happen. I wanted on the record that I did say that the good deeds achievement was going to lock out another achievement. I said that was going to happen. And it's locking out the all relics achievement. So I was 100% correct. Poop. And then that says complete Act 3, which means that I think we just beat Hell Is Us. So Act 3 is literally one area, by the way. just so you know. Act 2 was all the keys. Act 3 is literally this area. Oh. And this is how we get caught. Yep.
Don't fucking move!
Got like a golden hat. Yeah, so we missed probably 1 hat, the good deed, and then the good deed locked out the relics.
This wasn't just about weapons. Think of all the good that could have come from this. Imagine the advancements in medicine or the scientific breakthroughs we could have unlocked.
Ask anyone in Hadia if they give a shit about your scientific breakthroughs.
Take the moral high ground. Let's see where that gets you. Leave us. Usually, this is my favorite part. But I don't know. You're different. Almost forgot. Did he lie about anything?
Yes,
Oh, really? What did he lie about?
I'm still alive. Look at you. Compromised by your emotions. Can you walk?
I'm not sure. How did you...
I'll tell you on the way.
Oh, the conversation I skipped with our mom. Apparently she was supposed to have died.
We're going.
That would have been helpful to know. That would have made this reveal more important, I guess. Oops. Alright. Well, there you go. That was Hell Is Us. Hell is indeed us. Alright. So, as always, I like to talk about games right after we beat them. Little discussion, and then I'll give a recommend, don't recommend, kind of the ordeal. So we talk about mechanics, we talk about story, and then we do like an overall thing. So we'll talk about story first. Story basically is world embroiled in civil war, dealing with some weird alien entities that are apparently embodiments are hollow, but they have the embodiments of emotions in them, I guess, that are tied to the inherent emotions of the world, I guess. And we are trying to... It's not clear what our character's motivation is, right? Our character wanted to get here, I guess, to find our mother. We found our father, and then we found our mother, and then we're trying to figure out what's behind this door, I guess, because that's what our father asked us to do, and then we end up stopping this big, like, otherworldly plot. I don't know. It seems like, story-wise, our character didn't really have a motivation to be here other than to figure out what happened to his parents, and then what happened to his parents turned into a like, okay, I found my parents, but now I just gotta save the world. I don't know. There really wasn't a connection there. I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of this story because it doesn't really try to connect the motivations of the character to any part of what narrative they were trying to sell from a symbolic standpoint. Obviously, the symbolic standpoint is there's a lot of emotion in the world with what goes on with war, with what goes on with the government, and how it treats people, and how people treat other people during war, and like, obviously, there's a lot of emotion with trauma, and like, it talks about different forms of assault, and it talks about, like, all sorts of stuff that goes along with the devastation of war, right? And war is bad, obviously. No one would disagree with that. And it obviously talks about emotions with, like, rage and ecstasy and all of that. And it talks about how all of this stuff is age-old, and it's you know, decade after decade, century after century, war. It happens over and over and again, and we're trying to break the cycles. And we, you know, it's up to us to break those cycles, you know. Like, it touches on a lot of stuff that a lot of anti-war stuff touches on, right? But it doesn't really connect that messaging with the character. The character just kind of is, like, running past it, right? Like, it's just like, here's anti-war stuff, and the character's just like, I'm here, I guess. Like, I don't know. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of connection there. So the story, I feel, is just kind of a muddled mess, in my opinion. I just don't really feel like there was, like, the character didn't really develop himself. We found out he's not really a sociopath. He does have emotional reactions, even though we were sold he is kind of a sociopath. You can't kind of be a sociopath. Anyways, I don't know. It's one of those things that it's so muddied and so kind of like half-baked that I just don't feel like the story really grabbed anything. If you want to be anti-war, be anti-war. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. At least anybody that wants to care about people would disagree with an anti-war message. Mechanically, it's a third-person action game with a little bit of horror elements. There's not a lot of depth. There's no skill tree, really. Your variance and build really comes from what weapon do you use, what side abilities do you use with your drone, and your glyphs. That's it. That's the depth of the build. So not a lot of variety there. There's only 4 weapon types, and the glyphs, there's not that many glyphs. It's just a certain amount of glyphs with different varying levels of like, there's like 1 to 3 grades, essentially. They do more damage or you know, whatever. So like, there's not a lot of variance in the build mechanics. There's no jumping, there's no swimming, so the exploration is very stay on ground level. The verticality is climbing ladders, essentially. So not a lot of verticality in the exploration. The combat is very much a third-person action of just target and dance around or block damage. The boss fights, there's essentially 2 boss fights. That's it. There is the terror boss fight, and there's the ecstasy boss fight, and that's it. That is the entirety of what would account for a boss fight in this game. So if you're expecting a lot of like interesting, intriguing, different bosses, you're not really going to get that here. So I would say if you're big into like third-person action boss fights, not the game for you, in all honesty. They could have done a lot there. You don't really get that. The exploration, you don't really find anything cool, in all honesty. I didn't really feel like the exploration really gets you a whole lot. Some of the relics look really kind of interesting, but overall, mechanically, they're just kind of basic. It's like you heal on attack, or this fully heals you, or this makes you invulnerable for a certain amount of time, or this makes you take less damage but do less damage. You know, it's kind of basic in the loot department as well. So mechanically speaking, also not a lot to talk about. We'll see if there's an after credit scene. There is an after credit scene, so we'll watch this and then I'll give my overall.
Identification confirmed. I have got located.
Thank you for playing. Journey through Hadria leaves echoes across time. Reload your save to continue unraveling mysteries, completing good deeds, closing time loops. Okay. This is interesting. I want to check something. Because it says completing good deeds. I need to check something. Because if it says completing good deeds, can we actually complete good deeds? We need to check something. Let's go play. Let's see if it actually lets us save the baby. I'm gonna guess it doesn't. I'm gonna guess it doesn't. See, it's still incomplete. Everything else is complete. Everything else is done here. It says echoes across time. So let's see. Did they fix my gripe? Before we get into the overview. We've done everything else, by the way, so... And this should say clear, yes. So my gripe is this baby could not only be saved in Act 1, but it said echoes across time, which means they do have an end game where you could possibly do everything. Let's see. Does this fix my gripe with the game? Because if so, I will retract my gripe. If not, I will hold fast to it. So, if you weren't here before, basically there is a baby that you're supposed to give milk to. But you're supposed to get milk from a farmer. And if you don't know, unpasteurized milk is deadly, or can be deadly, to both adults and children. So you're not supposed to give it to them. So I didn't think to give the bottles to the farmer to get milk for this baby, which means that we didn't get it in Act 1, which means we couldn't feed the baby. But we're going to see... We have the bottles of full milk. So we're going to see if this actually lets us complete this. I'm looking for the opening to the sewer area here. Okay, I know where the other opening is. It's in the well. Okay, there it is. So let's see. Did they fix my gripe? I'm not hearing crying baby. So I'm guessing no. And if that's the case, that makes this even worse, because they told me specifically that I could go finish good deeds. Nope. Nope. You can't do this. So that makes it even worse. They said I could go finish good deeds, but that specific good deed you cannot go finish. Even worse. I'm going to look to see if we can find the Hat of Rage. Got that. There we have... Okay, we can get the rage cap. It's in cultural primacy. Alright, so we're gonna go do this real quick while I give you my final thoughts on this. That particular thing also will add to my overall. Overall, I think this game is okay. In all honesty, I think the game is okay. I do not think I would recommend buying this at full price. It has the content for about 30 hours of play if you do basically everything. Maybe a little longer. But about 30 hours of play. And it's one of those things that I think this will speak to a certain like group of people that love these types of like exploration action games. I don't think there's a lot of these type of games to begin with, to be honest. I would like to see more games in this genre. However, I would like to see a game that takes this kind of concept and actually makes the exploration more rewarding. I feel like the biggest flaws with this game are that the things that it offers are not rewarding. The exploration doesn't really give you anything cool. The combat doesn't really give you anything cool. And the story isn't really a big payoff. Like, if they really gave you anything worthwhile from these things, I think this would be a much better game. But overall, I just feel like if let's see, check the corner of the stairwell. If I got cooler things than just another sword or another polearm, then I probably would have yep, there it is right there. All right, let's put this hat on and get that achievement. I probably would have had a little bit higher regard for it. All right, that is the last hat, which I believe is the achievement. Acquire and wear all baseball caps, yeah? I think that's all the hats. Let me make sure. Okay. Ecstasy, grief. Rage we just acquired. There's terror. Quebec. Palamist. Veteran. Sabinian. Okay, that's all of them. Okay, so let's just go through the list to make sure we wore all of them. But again, it just feels like there's just not enough interesting things rewarded to you. There we go. There's the achievement. Alright. So that is that achievement. So the only achievement we missed out on, and I hope they fix this, so if the developers see this, this achievement is incompletable outside of Act 1, even in the end game. And this achievement basically, for those of you that missed it, when you go down to the sewers, the lady is trying to feed a baby, the bottles are empty, you have to take it to the farmer to get the milk, and then you bring it back to her. Only completable in Act 1, not completable in endgame. It says it has the echoes of time. Apparently that doesn't mean you can complete that one. So it means it's meaningless. So unfortunately, that's that. Which disagree with. But there you go. And that's locking us out of 2 achievements, which I did say was going to happen, because it's locking us out of getting the relics from turning in the good deeds. So I'm going to go ahead and call this. But again, I do not think I would recommend this at full price. I do think this game is okay. I do not think it does anything interesting. I think its messaging and its story are kind of muddled. Whereas its exploration is very unrewarding. So overall, my recommend is, unless you're really, really interested in kind of a mediocre exploration kind of horror game, wait for a sale. Or if none of that sounds interesting to you, just give it a pass. So that is where we're going to leave this playthrough. Thank you so much for watching this playthrough if you're over there on YouTube. And thank you everybody else for being here. And I will see you in the next playthrough. Bye-bye. All right, everybody over here on Twitch, however,